Bom dia a todos e a todas. Com a permissão da
Good morning to everybody. With the authority of the Minister for Solidarity, I'd like to start this high-level conference on the rights of persons with disabilities 2021-2030. We're speaking to you from the center in Belém, and we're happy that you're participating in this meeting. We would like to ask you to keep your microphones muted during the course of the conference, and please only switch those microphones on when you take the floor. We're going to give the floor to Mrs. Mendes Godinho, Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security in Portugal. Good morning to you all. We're speaking to you from Portugal. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Madam Secretary Antonush, who is responsible for persons with disability, ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to speak to you this morning, and I would like to welcome you to the first high-level meeting under the Portuguese presidency with the purpose of setting up a solid, broad discussion on the rights of persons with disabilities. This is for the period 2021, which will run up to 2030. I'm particularly happy that we've got the European Commissioner, Helena Della, who accepted to promote this. I would also like to welcome my colleagues from the trio, because we're going to be accompanying this conference in a spirit of solidarity, and we will continue in this manner. I hope that this conference will lead to some commitments for the work that is being done at the national and international level to deal with very topical issues, which is the one which really requires us to expand energy on the rights of disabled persons. Now, we know that the Portuguese presidency is taking place at a time when there is a pandemic with economic, social and health consequences, the scope of which has been recognized, and we know that many persons have been affected more seriously than others. The European Union needs to come up with very strong, decisive, united responses to show that we are a Europe that listens, that is united, Europe where everybody has their own worth. And I think that we need to ensure that we have the possibility to relaunch our activities. At this summit, we are going to talk about the social dimension. We want to reinforce the union based on solidarity, convergence, cohesion. And we want to ensure that during this green and digital transformation, nobody is going to be left by the wayside. We have a social plan which is being adopted at the European level. It was discussed a few weeks ago, and we're talking about the principles which will lead to action. We need to work in a coordinated manner so that we can relaunch our economies, and we need to establish a basis for the future. We're going to do everything possible to ensure that social rights are an instrument for the future. It will be a compass which will guide us in the economic and social sphere, particularly at a time of such difficulties. This common undertaking is something which unites us all as a value, and that is why it is of such great importance that we should be committed to this, which has to be fitted in with what is being done at the European. We've got to have the Europe of legality, Europe where the rights of persons with a disability are at the heart of our concerns, including under normal circumstances. Persons with a disability have less access to social education, employment, infrastructure, and therefore to be able to participate in the life of society. But we've got to have an integrated approach so that the quality of life of disabled persons is improved, so that the rights of such persons are guaranteed. We believe that this is going to be a challenge, but also an opportunity opportunity to show that we really can help persons with disability, and it is therefore essential that we should be able to define the guidelines of our strategy. We need to have a clear-cut strategy for persons with a disability, and that we go from words to acts. I think that we cannot afford to miss out on this opportunity, and under the Portuguese presidency we will try and make a real step forward so that we can fulfill this ambition. We've got to make sure that everybody has equal rights to be able to participate in the life of society, so that we can have access to education, dignified, qualified jobs, and so that we can all take advantage of our rights in a spirit of equality and without discrimination. That constitutes a new step in this direction. We need to implement the strategy and the Convention of the United Nations on the rights of persons with disabilities, ensuring a transition towards these rights at the national and European level. And that is also the reason why this conference is so important. It is the starting point of this step towards what we're going to be doing over the next 10 years. Together with other countries, Portugal is going to be initiating a number of initiatives, and we want to include persons with disability into the life of the community. During the course of today, we're going to be focusing on different aspects of the European strategy. We've got 4 thematic sessions, questions of access to begin with, physical access to goods and service. It's only in this manner that we will be able to ensure the respect of human rights, social inclusion, full participation in society. The second session will deal with another important question, which will be independent life, that is, people being able to really live on their own, and persons with a disability having that independence. Then employment and integration into the world of labor to ensure economic and social independence. And the fourth subject will be inclusive education. This is one of the key aspects in the fight against poverty, and this is what would allow us to have an inclusive society where we respect everybody's rights. A number of objectives depend on us all, on the European institutions, the member states, the various institutions, on all of us, therefore. What we will be doing individually and collectively will have consequences, and I'm sure that the conclusions that will be presented to the Council of Ministers will be essential in order to be able to continue our developments in the future months. The Portuguese presidency has said that it is firmly committed to working in this area. Its determination to have a more just, greener Europe, one that is based on more solidarity with greater sustainability, where rights of everybody are respected. And I would like to thank the interpreters in finishing off my opening speech, and I'd like to thank all the participants in this session. I hope that you will have an excellent day of work, and I hope that you will be able to inspire us in our mission.
Senhora Ministra, damos agora início ao
Thank you very
painel.
much, Minister. We're now going to start with the first panel discussion. We're going to be talking about Union of Equality, Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities 2021-2030. And I'm going to give the floor to Helena Dalli, who's European Commissioner for Equality.
Good morning, and dear Secretary of State, distinguished guests. Last month, the Commission's strategy for the of persons with disabilities 2021 to 2030 was adopted. Today's high-level event is a timely launch of the important partnership which will underpin its implementation. To effect change in the lives of persons with disabilities in the EU and beyond, we must act together. The strategy is our joint tool to achieve that change, and at today's conference, we will chart the way forward. The strategy embraces a human rights approach to disability. It contributes to our implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It also contributes to implementing the European Pillar of Social Rights. The Commission cannot be alone in implementing the strategy. The engagement of member states, other EU institutions and stakeholders, including disabled persons organizations, of course, and service providers to persons with disabilities is essential. The strategy focuses on areas where EU action can bring the most added value. At the same time, in the strategy, the Commission strongly calls on member states to take action in their areas of competence, in line with the UN CRPD and with applicable EU rules. EU funding, coupled with policy recommendations through the European semester, will continue to support member states in their efforts. A number of EU and European agencies will also continue to be important partners. We can only successfully implement this strategy by working together. The strategy is organized along 8 priority areas and contains 7 flagship initiatives. The main actions are accessibility, which is a key enabler of rights, autonomy, and equality. The launch of the European Resource Centre, Accessible EU, is a flagship initiative. It will increase coherence in accessibility policies across the EU and facilitate access to knowledge. Persons with disabilities should enjoy all rights on an equal basis with others, notably when moving to another member state or participating to the political process. A commonly recognized European disability card will help such mobility. The right to vote in European elections is a right of EU citizenship. We will work with member states to support full electoral participation and accessibility of the European elections. Another key priority is to ensure the independent living of persons with disabilities. By 2023, the Commission will issue guidance to member states recommending improvements on independent living and inclusion in the community. The EU will support national, regional, and local authorities in delivering deinstitutionalization through EU funding and member states' recovery and resilience plans. The Commission will also present by 2024 a European quality framework for social services of excellence for persons with disabilities. I think we all agree that employment is the best way to ensure a person's autonomy and social inclusion. Persons with disabilities need better access to quality and sustainable jobs. This is why next year we will present a package to improve labor market outcomes of persons with disabilities. I invite all member states to establish national targets for increasing the employment rate of persons with disabilities and their participation in adult learning. We also need measures to facilitate self-employment and entrepreneurship, including for persons with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. To learn and develop their full potential, children with disabilities are no different than children without disabilities. Accessible and inclusive education, where all children learn together on an equal basis, is therefore crucial for our children's development. The strategy emphasizes that this approach should start from early childhood education and care and be part of the development of teacher education systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified inequalities faced by persons with disabilities and has highlighted major gaps in access to healthcare. Access for persons with disabilities to the entire healthcare portfolio, including sexual and reproductive health care, needs to be improved. We will support member states through guidance on access to healthcare based on inclusive, accessible, person-centered healthcare and free and informed consent. And we will support stakeholders to address and alleviate the burden that COVID-19 imposes on mental health. Persons with disabilities also need equal access to justice, legal protection, freedom, and security, safety and protection from violence, and the strategy includes a number of actions in this area. But there is a huge gap in the EU's anti-discrimination law. Discrimination against persons with disabilities outside the field of employment is not yet prohibited under EU law. The Commission's proposal for a horizontal equal treatment directive does provide the necessary legal basis to ensure equal treatment outside the field of employment. I welcome the Portuguese presidency's efforts to develop a compromise solution and call on all member states to get on board. This legal gap is simply unacceptable. The joint effort of all is needed to efficiently deliver the strategy. To facilitate our cooperation, the Commission will establish the Disability Platform. It will replace the existing high-level group on disability and will bring key stakeholders to support implementation of this strategy as well as of national disability strategies and plans. The EU's next long-term budget, coupled with Next Generation EU, represents the largest stimulus package ever adopted. A disability-inclusive COVID-19 response and recovery will support implementation of the strategy. The Commission will continue to support member states to use EU funds in compliance with the UN Convention. This includes removing and preventing barriers to accessibility and supporting the transition from institutions to community-based care. The Commission also aims to lead by example as a public administration. We will adopt a renewed HR strategy that will include actions to promote diversity and inclusion of persons with disabilities and actions to improve the accessibility of our buildings and communication, aligning them with European standards. To track implementation of this comprehensive strategy, we are setting up a monitoring framework and will also develop new disability indicators. Dear Ministers, dear honorable audience, the strategy aims to change the lives of persons with disabilities for the better. The Commission is more committed than ever to ensure equality for all. I count on your support and engagement in making the strategy and its objectives a reality, together taking us a step forward towards a union of equality. I thank you all.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Comissária. Vamos agora ao...
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We're now going to give the floor to Ana Sofia Santunes, who's Secretary of State for the Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities in Portugal, who is going to give us a few introductory comments and who is going to moderate the subject or the discussions that will be taking place with regard to the strategy. We're also going to hear Catherine Langsiepen, who's Vice Chair of the EMPL Committee of the European Parliament, Ioannis Kastanis, Rapporteur of the European Economic and Social Committee's opinion, Shaping the EU Agenda for Disability Rights 2020-2030, and President of the European Disability Forum. And then we'll have Manuela Tomé, who's Director of the Conditions of Work and Equality Department of the International Labour Organizations. Finally, we will hear some concluding remarks by Markus Schäfer, who's member of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Secretary of State Ana Antunes, you have the floor. Good morning to you all. Madam Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli, Minister of Social Security, Mr. Gabriel Vasht, who is Minister for Social Security, representatives of the panel, I would also like to welcome all the persons who are attending today, whether you are attending face-to-face or whether you are attending virtually. And I know that many persons are following us on various platforms, whether it be on Zoom or on our YouTube channel. Unfortunately, as far as questions are concerned, it's simply not possible for us to actually get together physically and have face-to-face meetings. But nevertheless, it is a day of great joy for us today. Why? It's because we have an opportunity, thanks to the digital platforms, to come together to talk about this oh so important question, which is so close to my heart. And I am absolutely certain that these issues are important to all the persons following. There are 97 million persons who have a disability, and I'm one of those with a disability. Statistics tell us that from 18 to 65 years of age, we represent 17.9% of the population. But when we speak about a population over the age of 65, well, that figure increases significantly and goes up to 48% of the population. So we are meeting here today to talk about the new European strategy to deal with persons with a disability from 2021 to 2030. This strategy was presented recently by the European Commission on the 3rd of March last. And the strategy gives us an opportunity to set out a number of action points which we're going to be analyzing during the course of today's sessions. And we're going to be listening to a number of invited persons who will be speaking to us. Throughout the course of the day, we're going to be talking about 4 fundamental issues, all of which will be dealt with as a matter of priority and in depth. We're talking about access, independent life, employment, education, and other related issues. This strategy has been approved by the European Commission and involves a number of ambitious measures which will be implemented between now and 2030. The strategy is premised on the fact that we take full cognizance of the need to implement principles which guide the European Union, principles of equality, freedom, inclusion, social justice. This strategy is the obvious implementation of the premises and guidelines set out in the Convention on Disabilities, or persons with disabilities, I should say. Together, we are looking at ways of implementing this convention with the other 26 members of the European Union. On our day-to-day basis, on our, or in our principles of governance, we're trying to implement these principles. This strategy aims to be an active and practical method of implementing the various principles of social rights. A pillar which has also been recognized and presented by the Commission, and I think it really requires specific actions to take place to ensure that we can include all members of society and that we can include all members of the European Union. In the very text of the strategy, we try to take into account the specificities of the persons we're addressing, i.e. a vulnerable group of persons in the European Union. I'm talking obviously about persons with a disability. It is important that persons with disabilities be able to develop and in the statistics, you will see exactly what can be done or what is happening to persons with disabilities, their access to employment or the problems of access to employment. How can we ensure better access of these citizens to all these rights? The strategy is an opportunity for the Union of 27 members have an opportunity to implement the transition towards a digital and green society. As far as the digital agenda is concerned, I think that we have seen that during the course of the pandemic, that there are still a number of important shortcomings when it comes to accessibility to digital services. So everything that is going to be done with regard to the implementation of the digital agenda will allow us, as soon as is possible, to take account of the specificities of persons with disabilities and for us to create technological tools and instruments which improve the lives of such persons and which will ensure their inclusion. This also applies to the green inclusion. It is important that less positive elements such as access to work, that this should not have a negative impact on persons with disability just because they have a disability. In other words, we need to plan the new economic sectors which will emerge, and within that framework we're going to have to create new potential jobs in order to be able to meet the needs of these citizens. So throughout the course of this day, we're going to be dealing with these topics, and in each of our panels we'll have an opportunity to give the floor to international organizations who play an important role. We're going to start on the views on the strategy. In other words, we're going to be talking about what are the prospects being mapped out by the Commission for the next few years for persons with disabilities on the basis of what has been done over the last 10 years within the framework of the former strategy. How we're going to ensure continuity thanks to 10 very important areas of action, and we're going to conclude with the number of follow-up measures which will be necessary, that is to say, follow-up measures to the implementation of the strategy. I think that there are three big areas which are covered by the strategy, and personally I would subdivide them as follows. First of all, citizenship. And under citizenship, I would include all measures which are covered by accessibility. This strategy is based on the free movement of citizens, the freedom to live in any country of the European Union, the freedom to work in the different member states of the European Union. And therefore, to achieve that, I think it is absolutely essential that we make accessibility a reality, whether it is physical or digital reality, and that communication also be guaranteed. When we talk about accessibility in terms of housing or transport, that is also something we need to work on. We should also look at accessibility from a broader perspective, that is to say, goods and services in general. And we should mention, for example, universal design concepts. So, under this chapter, citizenship, We talk about accessibility, freedom of movement, and fundamental rights, civic rights, political rights. The strategy maps out specific measures, such as a European map for disabled persons.
Und voilà, bereitet die wieder dann, also
The speaker is being asked to finish off.
No fundo, a todos convocando para esta missão conjunta.
And the strategy requires us to work together on this common goal. Then we need to talk about the independence or independent life. Deinstitutionalization is the term we would use when it comes to providing assistance to persons with disability.
And we also have to look at the legal side of this. We have to look at the struggle against discrimination, social discrimination in jobs, in education, in sport, and in leisure activities, and in cultural activities. We have to look at all of those. And therefore, this strategy means that we have to use the resources that we have available, for example, as part of the recovery program or in European funds. We have to actually take actions in each of these areas. Portugal has certainly done work in this area, and as part of our recovery plan, which has to be approved soon, and that includes a number of measures which we see as important because not only will they look at physical accessibility, but also digital access as well, and they will come up with some community-based and social responses to these challenges. So I would end my introductory words, and the idea here was to really set the scene a little bit so that we could look at the fundamentals of the strategy that we're embarking on. And I would say, to wind up this first bit, that we are now going to really start work, and I will give the floor to Katrien Langenzieben, who is the coordinator for the Employment Committee in the European Parliament. Katrien, good morning. You have the floor. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all of you in Portugal. And I would like to thank the Minister, and I'd like to thank Elena Dali as well for her introduction. And I'm very pleased to be with you today. Now, if we look at the strategy for people with disabilities 2021 to 2030, now I'm talking to you today first as a politician, as a European, but also as a woman with a disability. And I'm the only woman with disabilities in the European Parliament. Now, it might look good to be sort of alone like that, but if you look at it and consider how long we've had the UN Convention on the Rights of the People with Disability, and you look at the number of countries that have ratified it, and that EU countries have as well, where it talks about political involvement, the right to vote, the right to stand in elections, and also the right to have prospects and to be part of the political and democratic process and life of the country, then I have to say we're lagging far behind. I would say that when there are elections, people with who are blind, have limited mobility, then they have a real challenge. How can they actually fill in their ballot paper? And they can only do it with someone else to help them, or they can't actually get to the polling station. They can't even get in access to the polling station because often they're done in schools and you can't get a wheelchair in. So then the question really is, can I really exercise my right to vote? Unfortunately, in a lot of countries, that is still the case. Now, it's already been hinted at here when we were looking at citizens' rights that there are 800,000 people in the EU have no right to vote because of this. Then this is because there's been a long struggle in Germany, and it was the courts that decided before the European elections. It was felt that people who were wards of court then did not need to have such rights. But if you talk to people who've got disabilities, though, they say it is not just direct discrimination that they suffer from, which is bad enough, of course, because if I'm in front of a polling station and I can't get access, but quite often what happens is that people aren't trusted, and basically they're deprived of this right to decide, or to decide their own sexuality, their right to have a family, the right to have education, and to choose their professional path as they see fit, and to get the training that they need to be able to embark on that professional pathway. So quite often, people are told it's best if you go to an institution, you go to a workshop, there you're safe, you'll be sort of warden controlled. And you'll have this idea of protecting people, and that is still very much part of mainstream thinking in the 21st century. And therefore, it is important that member states, and here this would include Germany, that they take steps. And as are set out in the UN Convention, we need a strategy so that people have to have equal access to the working market. And not only should people be involved, people should get a salary, people should get a job so that they can pay their own rent, and or set up start a family, and that people can do this and not be kept poor simply because this is practical for others and under the guise of always being kept safe. In the UN Convention, in Article 27, it says quite clearly, and indeed we've set this out in our report, but also as part of the strategy, and this is one of the strategies in 2022, that we're going to start certain projects looking at how we can look at work and we can have equal participation, and how that can be made possible. That is to say, equality in the labor market. Do we actually need an institution? What can we actually do so that we can support the private sector as well? And how can we provide information? There is a great lack of information. There's a prejudice as well against people with disabilities, and it makes it very difficult for people to be equally involved in economic activity. Sometimes it's basically, it should be done without us. It shouldn't be done sort of over our heads. So, and when political decisions are being taken, for example, it seems to be the general opinion that you do not actually need people with disabilities involved in that decision making. I'm not saying that this is malicious necessarily. It just happens because it's never happened that way in the past. People with disabilities are not really in public life in many countries. People don't show their disability openly. Now, I don't go outside, and people are told that I have to stay within my comfort zone, basically, and I have to stay there, and I can't go out. And that is to say, the right to take part in public life, to go outside, is not for all. And in the 21st century, and we're talking now about an inclusive society, and I'm talking very clearly about an inclusive society, and if we wanted to have get away from it, integration, but get towards inclusion. And I have to say that the disabled were so happy when the UN Convention was ratified that they didn't have to adapt to society and fail doing that because the conditions weren't right. No, that we had to change society in such a way that I could be part of that society in all walks of life. I could travel where I want to. I have mobility. And there's another point which I think is important as part of strategy here, that is the disability card. And this is a kind of idea card. It doesn't, now maybe I can go to a cinema with this, with my accompanying person, and it's very nice, but it's more to it than that though. If I live in Germany and work in Germany, and I get offered a job in the Netherlands or France, or in another European country, then it means then we have to start again from scratch. And I have to apply again. I have to again prove and provide medical paperwork to show that I'm disabled. And it's not getting any better. And it's not stopping. I mean, that condition stays. And therefore, I would really much like to see that. So I think we need an inclusive society here. And I think we need to have clear targets here. So non-discrimination directive has to be implemented. It's still stuck in the council. Germany hasn't introduced it either. And this would be a way in which we could actually attain our rights. But this is being blocked though. And this is something that we cannot accept. And we are against this deadlock, which is being done on purpose. So politically speaking, then, at this group, I say that we need to have an inclusive social Europe. We have to fight for that. Now, in times of Corona, we don't know how it's going to finish. There are people, basically, people with disabilities are sort of at the end of the food chain, really. Access to vaccines, for example, we're simply forgotten. We don't come onto the radar, really, despite the fact that I'm quite seriously disabled. And there is a triage taking place in a lot of European countries. And this means that the disabled people are very worried that if I get some corona, what happens? Do I get the same medical care in a hospital as a healthy person would? These are questions which really bother us. And these are issues which we have to look at, and I think which we have to look at as societies within the European Union. And we believe that this is not tolerable. It is not fair that we have a health system which means that the people who are dependent on it are left in the lurch. And that the doctors have to take such decisions and they're left alone with such decisions. And now I'm looking forward to the next 2 days together, and I think it will be very good that we can discuss these matters, we can exchange ideas, but it shouldn't stay at that though. I think that the time has now come. Just talking about this is now done. I think we have to look at marching into the 21st century. They should do it, but not without us. And thank you very much to all of you. And I trust that we'll have 2 very successful and enriching days. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Catarina.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you very much indeed to Catherine Langenzieben. Thank you very much to the European Parliament as well, because you have been part of our work on these social matters. Now, I shall give the floor, and I'm very happy to do this, to Ioannis Varoufakis. Mr. Varoufakis as here as a reporter from the European Economic and Social Committee, and he will talk to us about the findings of an opinion that was written on this strategy. Mr. Varoufakis is also president of the European Forum for the Disabled. So but it is not wearing that hat that he will speak to us now. But but he will, however, be speaking in that capacity later today and tomorrow. So I'm very happy to give the floor to my friend, Mr. Ioannis Varokastanis. You have the floor, sir.
Dear Secretary of State, dear friend Sofia Antunes, dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, and also on behalf of the European Disability Forum, I would like to congratulate the Portuguese presidency for taking the initiative to organize this very high-level conference on the new European Disability Rights Strategy. It is timely and it is important to discuss and debate the new European Disability Rights Strategy 2021-2030. I would like to begin by making a few comments about the pandemic. And the pandemic has resulted in another pushback to our human rights and the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Discrimination, abuses, violence increased at home, in institutions, and in the streets, particularly affecting women and girls with disabilities. As with the financial crisis, persons with disabilities have been, and their families have been severely affected by this pandemic, and also, let me add, in many instances, neglected. The strategy must reverse this situation and support a paradigm shift in how persons with disabilities are considered in policies and in public budgets that shape our societies. We do value that the current strategy is deeply rooted in the UN CRPD, and that it gives more visibility to persons with disabilities in very important flagship priorities of the European Union, such as digitalization and the Green Deal. It is with no doubt that this strategy is a very promising one. However, we need to raise a few deficits. It lacks further details on how its actions and objectives will be met. We would have liked to see, for example, a stronger approach, including through binding legislative proposal in certain areas. Legislation brings long-term sustainable change. Legislation is impactful and crucial, so is resourcing. We know that without the allocation of human and financial resources for its implementation and monitoring, many of the strategy's objectives will remain aspirational and will not be realized. It is also important that the strategy is implemented in harmony with other EU strategies, such as the gender equality strategy, the crimes rights strategy, or the smart and sustainable mobility strategy. Besides, we are concerned by the fact that the disability strategy did not propose enough targeted actions to advance the rights of women and girls with disabilities. Very soon, EU will go through its second review by the UNCRPD committee. We should not go back to this review without the protection against discrimination at the EU level for persons with disabilities, without the possibility to live independently in the communities, without a decent standard of living, without the right to move freely in the EU as any other citizen, without equal opportunities to work and study like anyone else, without the right to vote in 14 member states of the EU, without abolishing dreadful practices such as forced sterilization for women with disabilities or involuntary practices and placement and treatment in psychiatry, or without a strong and robust mechanism of implementing and respecting the convention through a stronger CRPD focal points in all EU institutions. The European Economic and Social Committee, which I am also representing here today, is preparing its own report on the disability rights strategy. In our position, we will make clear calls for how the strategy should be implemented to deliver on its promises. We want to see the new disability platform vastly improving the current disability high-level group, particularly in terms of its transparency, membership, methods of working, etc. It is very important to have a clear rollout of the European Disability Card by means of binding legislation to ensure its implementation in all member states. This is one of the most promising commitments and actions included in the new European Disability Rights Strategy. To make this strategy a successful one, the EU institutions must work hand in hand with persons with disabilities and their representative organizations, and also with other civil society actors, social partners, etc. We, of course, have appreciated immensely what Commissioner Dalli and her services did involving the disability movement during the preparation period. This should continue and should be reinforced. The European disability movement is going to work strongly throughout all member states to promote the implementation of the strategy and to go beyond the strategy itself. We count on the strong support for the implementation, but of course by the Commission and the Commission services, the Parliament, civil society organizations, and the Portuguese presidency. And we look forward to strong and robust conclusions from the Portuguese presidency concerning the implementation of this strategy. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Yanis.
Thank you very much, Yanis.
Grata pela tua intervenção.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Eu gostaria então de
And now
passar a palavra ao nosso próximo
I shall give the floor to the next speaker,
Manuela
Manuela
Tomei,
Tomei.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone, Commissioner Dalli,
que é
Minister.
diretora para as condições.
She is from the ILO, and she is a director for equal opportunities at the International Labour Organization in Geneva. Mrs. Tomei, you now have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for inviting the ILO to participate in this high-level conference. The ILO wishes to congratulate the EU on the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities. The strategy is comprehensive, innovative, and ambitious. We welcome in particular the focus on better labor market inclusion for persons with disability and the need for an improved application of the concept of reasonable adaptation and access to vocational training and education, as well as to social protection. The cross references to the need to include persons with disabilities in the implementation of other relevant EU instruments, such as, for instance, the Council recommendation on vocational education and training or the Youth Employment Guarantee, will certainly help maximize the impact of the strategy and improve policy coherence across. We are also thankful for the opportunity provided to the ILO to contribute to the development of this strategy during the consultation process. Disability inclusion is an important ongoing concern for the ILO, as reflected in our centenary declaration on the future of work, which was adopted in 2019. The declaration calls on constituents to shape a fair, inclusive, and secure future of work, and advocates a human-centered approach where the well-being, rights, needs, and aspirations of all people are at the heart of economic, social, and environmental policies. Equal opportunities and treatment in the world of work for persons with disabilities are central to this approach, as is social dialogue. We take pride in the leading role that the ILO played in the development of the UN Disability Inclusion Strategy, and we are happy to announce that in the coming weeks, the ILO will adopt a new overarching disability inclusion policy and a multi-year strategy that seeks to ensure that disability inclusion permeates all ILO's work, both at headquarters and country level. Disability inclusion has also been a focus of ILO's efforts in relation to the socioeconomic responses to the global COVID-19 pandemic. Let me now turn to a few policy areas identified by the strategy in which we believe there is scope for further collaboration between the EU and the ILO. I'll begin with social protection. The strategy refers to the European Commission intention to undertake a study on social protection and services for persons with disabilities in the year 2022. COVID-19, as it has just been highlighted by the panelists who has preceded me, has disproportionately hit people with disabilities. And numerous countries all over the world have taken action to protect them during the related health and socioeconomic crisis. According to our forthcoming flagship World Report on Social Protection, less than half of the 181 countries that in 2020 adopted COVID-19 social protection responses mentioned persons with disabilities, and only 8.5% of these measures targeted them specifically. And the actual coverage was even smaller, with significant regional variations. In building forward, it is clear that we need to develop disability-inclusive social protection systems that ensure that all persons with disabilities have effective access to healthcare and income security, including coverage of disability costs. It is important that general and disability-specific schemes, both cash and in kind, are combined in ways that would enable people with disabilities to participate fully in education, employment, and society. Models that support an independent life through a combination of interventions in job search, working conditions, and training, such as the one introduced by Portugal in 2017, are also of utmost relevance. Training is another crucial area of intervention. As many of the previous panelists have highlighted, to compete and gain access to decent work, persons with disabilities need to have the right skill set, including digital skills. Due to the pandemic, the scale of telework and work enabled by digital labor platforms has escalated to unprecedented levels. And their incidence is likely to remain significant also after the pandemic. Moving forward, the benefits of these work arrangements need to be maximized and the risks minimized, including for people with disabilities. To ensure that they get their fair share of decent work in the digital economy, the ILO launched a report 2 months ago entitled An Inclusive Digital Economy for People with Disabilities, which was developed together with partners that benefited from the EU support and with technical inputs from the European Commission. The report provides a number of practical recommendations on how to promote a disability-inclusive digital economy while reminding us that coordination is key to making it happen. And this brings me to the issue of partnerships. Within the framework of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network, a platform of almost 30 global companies, many of which have their headquarters in the EU, we have acquired a good level of experience in promoting the employment of persons with disabilities in the private sector. At the same time, we have been partnering with trade unions to enhance their services and attention, including within social dialogue and collective bargaining, to deliver on disability inclusion. And finally, let me touch on violence and harassment, a topic that all the panelists that have preceded me have dealt with and which is particularly dear to me and very relevant to people with disabilities, particularly women with disabilities. In 2019, the ILO adopted Convention 190 on ending violence and harassment in the world of work, which for the first time defines what violence and harassment is and what is to be done to prevent and address it. Now ratified by 5 countries and with ongoing national ratification processes in several EU countries, Convention 190 requires that prevention, protection, remedies, and awareness-raising measures be made accessible to persons with disabilities. This is key indeed to eradicating violence and harassment from the world of work for all, and we would welcome an opportunity to join forces with the EU also in these areas. I will stop here and thank you again for the invitation and look forward towards continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Manuela Tomei.
Thank you very much, Manuela Tomei. Thank you very much for your inspiring words. And what you say, of course, is very objective as well. Having listened to our 3 panelists, 3 speakers this morning, the ILO, the Economic and Social Committee, and the European Parliament, we're now going to hear the final remarks for this panel, a bit of a summary of what we've heard in the 3 presentations. For this, I'm going to ask Markus Schäfer to come and speak to us. He is a member and representative of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and therefore for the implementation of the recommendation on persons with disabilities. Marcus, thank you very much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, Secretary of State, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in today's conference on the new EU strategy. As a member of the CRPD committee, it is my great pleasure to witness the energy, determination that shines through the words, sentences, and paragraphs of the densely composed strategy. Its scope is broad, its analysis succinct, and its plan for action concise. Now, I could spend the 10 minutes allotted to my comment with effervescent praise. That might make us all feel good, but it would not contribute to the implementation of the Convention on the Rights with Disabilities. So let's take a different perspective. In many areas, implementing the Convention fully requires substantial changes, not just in the law and in government, but also in society as a whole, its conception of disability, and its perspectives on persons with disabilities. European societies, as societies in all other regions of the world, are in need, as it has been stated, of a paradigm shift in their collective perception of disability, in the sense that physicist Thomas Kuhn coined the phrase for science. Different from science, however, paradigm shifts in society do not happen by revolution, but by evolution. The EU strategy is not the beginning of this paradigm shift, and it is not its end either. So where is it located in the journey toward a society inclusive of all people? Let me distinguish 3 levels: analysis, goals, and measures. On the level of analysis, I would like to draw your attention to the focus of the strategy on enjoying EU rights. Persons with disabilities, the strategy holds, should enjoy all rights on an equal basis with others. One of the most fundamental obstacles against the full guarantee of any and all rights lies in the restrictions of legal capacity prohibited by Article 12 of the Convention. In its second prong, the capacity to act and to exercise a right, legal capacity is restricted in the legal orders of most EU member states. And yet, the strategy lists restrictions on legal capacity only in the specific contexts of political rights, access to justice, and self-employment and entrepreneurship, not as an all-encompassing issue. As a lawyer steeped in the dogmas of civil law, I fully understand the momentous changes Article 12 CRPD entails, and I therefore understand the ferocity of the resistance against them. These obstacles, however, should not prevent the strategy from conducting an analysis of the restrictions on legal capacity as foundational impediments against the full realization of EU rights. Such an analysis would have altered the trajectory of the goals and measures, in my view, significantly. A second, comparatively minor aspect of the analysis the strategy employs pertains to the ratification of the optional protocol to the CRPD. The issue has been pending since 2008. The strategy holds that the EU will look to what member states are doing and act accordingly. This approach, in my view, as the CRPD's special rapporteur on new communication, is misplaced. I would expect the EU to critically examine the jurisprudence of our committee and base its decision on this assessment. Member states may well each have their own political reasons to ratify or not, reasons entirely immaterial to the position of the European Union. I fail to see why the EU should swim with the crowd on this topic. Let us move to the goals the strategy aims to achieve. One of the strategy's priorities is employment. In this context, the strategy addresses sheltered workshops. It states that, I quote, "Not all ensure adequate working conditions or labor-related rights, unquote. It remains silent, however, on whether segregation in the labor market is in conformity with the principles of international anti-discrimination law or not, a question whose answer I would hope is settled. As a consequence, the reader scours the strategy in vain for a statement on the future of sheltered workshops. The omission of such a goal may be due to serious conflicts of opinions and interests among the parties involved. It nevertheless remains an elephant in the room, a bit too carefully ignored by the strategy. Another area where the goals are not entirely clear to me is access to justice. The strategy lists an impressive array of hindrances persons with disabilities face in accessing justice, even mentioning deprivation of their legal capacities, as I briefly alluded to above. However, it does not address the serious issue that, particularly in criminal proceedings, persons with disabilities deemed unfit for trial are often referred to a different procedural track, ending in much more serious deprivations of their liberty. In addition, the strategy states that the Commission will work with member states to, I quote, implement the 2000 Hague Convention on the International Protection of Vulnerable Adults in line with the CRPD, unquote. Now it is safe to predict this goal will remain elusive. The 2000 Hague Convention deeply relies on limitations of legal capacity that the CRPD prohibits. In law, we are rarely confronted with clear-cut either-or situations, but this is one of them. You can't have the cake and eat it. I would move to the third level, to measures. The constraints of time compel me to confine myself to one issue, the inclusion of women and girls with disabilities. Throughout the strategy mentions women and girls with disabilities explicitly and pledges to pay particular attention to their situation. On the level of the measures to be taken, however, references to women and girls become scarce. None of the descriptions of the flagship initiatives by the strategy explicitly incorporates them. Certainly, this does not necessarily mean they won't be included in the further development of these initiatives. Explicit references, however, would have given the reassurance that Articles 6 and 7 of the CRPD, and with them, the plight of women and girls with disabilities, will not be forgotten. Now, just as we could go on praising the strategy, we could go on criticizing it. Despite of all its shortcomings, and some of them are of a serious nature, it represents an important step forward. It is, in its core, a political endeavor, and as such, it is subject to the constraints of political majority rule. The CRPD Committee will continue to encourage the European Union to keep laying the groundwork that will allow European societies to develop the majorities necessary to shift their paradigm and include all persons with disabilities as fully equal members of their communities. In the end, we are all in this together. And the EU has made it clear with its strategy that it is on board too. And I would like to thank you. Thanks.
Muito obrigado, Markus Schäfer.
Thank you very much, Markus Schäfer.
Clara e motivadora intervenção.
Thank you very much for this very clear presentation that you've just made. So we're now coming to the end of this first introductory panel, a panel where we heard the position of three organizations to give us a general view of what are the main advantages that we have been able to achieve and what we will be able to achieve in the future thanks to the European strategy, the one that has been planned for 2021-2030. We mentioned the various actions that perhaps will provide us with the best outcome for the inclusion of persons with handicaps, and also in order to establish the most glaring difficulties which stand in the way of this process, particularly for those issues which have not yet been fully addressed. By way of a conclusion for this first panel discussion, I'd just like to share a few internal points. When I say internal, I'm talking about the points that have been developed in Portugal. I think that all the participants mention one fundamental issue, which is the fight against all forms of discrimination against persons with disabilities, right of access to justice, for example. As a legal expert myself, of course, this is a question that is close to my heart. And I would also like to point out that in this area, there is still a lot of progress that still needs to be made within the European Union, particularly with regard to the non-limitation of persons with disabilities, a lifting of existing regimes, for example, when it comes to the representation of accompanying persons accompanying persons with a disability. This is a very sensitive issue. These regimes have been in existence for a very long time, and therefore I think that we're going to really ensure that there is a strong political will to modify them, to change them, and to eliminate them if necessary. And I would just like to share with you the following point. Portugal has really fallen into line on this point, and we now have a new legal regime which concerns providing accompaniment to persons with a disability. That regime was adopted in our civil code, first introduced incidentally in 1977. The right of persons with a disability, particularly in very specific situations where we need to define the accompanying of persons with disabilities for different reasons, where such persons need to be accompanied by a third person. And it is defined that the third person has to be determined by the person with a disability, him or herself. But this process should only apply in very specific circumstances when this is, for example, imposed by a magistrate or judge. It is a way of really ensuring that the rights of disabled persons is respected, particularly their civil and political rights are respected. This strategy, in addition to dealing with the questions I mentioned earlier on, citizenship, access, non-discrimination, also sets out a number of follow-up measures which allow us to monitor what is happening to ensure the proper implementation of measures. Basically, it is a question of a self-evaluation of the strategy to ensure it is being properly implemented and that the respect of the convention adopted by the United Nations on persons with disabilities. It is a way of also establishing mechanisms to allow the EU institutions and the national member states that they work together with local organizations as well. There is still much that needs to be done. I think it's also a question of implementing all these policies via the European Social Fund. We've heard mention of this on a number of occasions during the course of the session. But if we're talking about measures that facilitate the implementation of these measures, I think we need to look at ways of going even further. For example, we should be thinking about the conditions of recruiting persons into civil service, whether it is persons with a physical or mental disability. What are the conditions of access? What are the conditions of recruitment and hiring? And how can those persons acquire goods and services in the process? We also believe in Portugal that it is very important to set an example. And what we're trying to do is to mobilize member states so that we move in that direction. How can we get our issues taken on board, particularly with regard to accessibility, the hiring of human resources, jobs, all the questions we have been talking about, access to digital jobs. What we're looking for is a European Union where the rights of disabled persons is taken fully on board. I think it is important also that we ensure good governance. I think that these are watchwords for the implementation of these strategies. The strategy also requires that reports be prepared regularly for the social scoreboard. We also need to improve our statistics on persons with disabilities. That is also an important element of our strategy for us to be able to shape policies which really help us to address the needs and difficulties of this category of the population. The strategy that has been developed sets out a number of necessary measures. This is being referred to as the dashboard. This is something that needs to be completed by 2023, but of course if it can be completed before that, all the better. But we cannot allow that date to slip by. We also want an intermediate report to be produced before 2024. If we are really capable of implementing a mechanism for monitoring and follow-up, then I believe that the document will serve a very important purpose, and it won't be just a political document, a list of good intentions, but really will become a real instrument which will allow us to promote the concerns of persons with disabilities. And with the implementation of this document, I believe that we will be able to reach a conclusion that we will have made important headway, tangible progress in the direction of the inclusion of these citizens, for these citizens to be able to enjoy the same rights as other citizens in this European Union of ours. I'd like to conclude by saying that we need to thank all the speakers. I'd like to thank all the organizations that have been represented during the panel discussion. I should also like to thank the inspiring words of the European Commissioner, and I would like to thank Ana Godinho, who is the Minister of Social Security and Solidarity in Portugal. We're now moving on to the next panel, which is on accessibility. We would like to thank all the participants and the speakers of this panel. Let me just remind you that you should only switch your microphones when you take the floor. We're moving on to the next subject, theme 1, accessibility. We've got Annalisa Boni, Secretary General of Eurocities, who's going to act as moderator. We have 3 speakers in Macorado Palencia Pereiro, who's a senior expert in disability and inclusion at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, Alejandro Moledo, Policy Coordinator at the European Disability Forum, and Donna Rice, the Centre for Excellence in Universal Design, National Disability Authority, Republic of Ireland. And then Cinzia Misiroli, Director of the Standardization and Digital Solutions, Senelec. And then we've got Rolf Schmattenberg, who is Permanent State Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, Germany. I'm going to give the floor to Annelie.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm really extremely honored to be here with you today and have the opportunity to open and also moderate this session on accessibility. Thank you for inviting me as Secretary General of Eurocities. We are in Europe, the biggest network of cities that works on the so many urban challenges that cities face and the solutions they generate. And we do it through a very structured city-to-city cooperation but also constant dialogue with the European institutions on how to improve the quality of life of all citizens, including those experiencing some form of disabilities as well. So making sure that people with disabilities stop facing persistent challenges, accessing services, local infrastructure, quality education, the labor market, and that they can participate in public and cultural life and promote their inclusion in general is really a key priority for our cities. And that is why we all, we are really welcoming the new EU strategy on the rights of people with disabilities 21-2030, and we welcome its synergies with the European Pillar of Social Rights, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and of course, it's reflecting on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic as well. So cities are essential for the delivering of the social pillar and the new EU strategy, because they are the closest level to citizens and community, and they need to translate European and international commitments, such as the very well-known UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, into concrete realities with tangible impact to improve people's lives. So thanks to a European Commission grant within the EASY program, since 2019, Eurocities has been running a campaign to engage city leaders to commit to putting the principle of the pillar into action, but also taking tangible local measures, but backed by specific budgetary commitments. In this respect, many of our cities have to date signed very strong pledges to demonstrate their commitment to continue investing in the inclusion of people with disabilities. And just as an example, for instance, I'm thinking of Lyon, that is dedicating 2.8 million euros just in 4 years to support projects to develop inclusive housing, for example, to prevent isolation of elderly and people with disabilities. Or Stuttgart, where the city is investing over 3 million euros a year into measures in this direction as well. But there are so many more. So end of last year, so in full pandemic times, we released a report based on a survey with our members with the aim of providing a general overview of all the challenges faced by cities in this field and the actions taken through also detailed accounts of city practices. And the report shows, as the report shows, cities do so by developing local strategies for the inclusion of people with disabilities and by mainstreaming disability across different policy areas that are covered by the European strategy that we're talking about, such as education, employment, and the right to independent living, and accessibility both to the built environment and in access to information is an essential feature for our cities. And this is constantly being developed and looked at. And the COVID-19 pandemic has amplified pre-existing inequalities for people living with a form of disability. Being, again, as I said, at the closest level to citizens, cities need to make sure that critical health information is accessible and reaches people with disabilities. For example, through online information with sign language, by reinforcing work with community care organization, and by removing barriers to testing and vaccination. Now, as regards urban planning decisions, many cities put universal design at the center of action, and they incorporate a disability-sensitive perspective to ensure accessibility to public life and to the built environment. Throughout the last decade, many cities reinforced work with schools of architecture and design in this field, introduced special accessibility labels, for instance, in the area of rental housing, and rolled out open data platforms to improve accessibility information for citizens. So cities are also using tools such as public procurement, and that's really an important element to mainstream accessibility in their local purchasing strategies. That's a very strong way to do it. So having said that, all these things, a lot of challenges still remain in order to make European cities truly accessible for all. For example, our members highlighted persisting gaps in accessibility of built environment, in particular in the areas of accessible housing, transport, the preservation of cultural heritage, and the accessibility of private buildings, such as, for instance, shops and restaurants. And so just to wrap up, based on the survey findings, of this report we made, of this survey that covered all key areas of the new European strategies that we're looking at today, we proposed some recommendations to boost the inclusion of people with disabilities at the local level. And just a few. Collaboration with the private sector should be strengthened. Cities need more dedicated funding streams and specific calls for the inclusion of people with disabilities, because investments are also needed in research and innovation to look at digitization and assistive technologies. 3, the EU should issue guidelines for universal design and a common framework for quality community-based services. 4, to advance the transition to independent living, investment in social infrastructure and local services should be upscaled. Reforms and investment should be put forward to make labor markets more inclusive and skills training more accessible. The EU initiative, for instance, on minimum income should promote enabling schemes in that respect. Supportive solutions and professional pathways for carers need to be developed. And finally, cooperation between EU, national, region, and local levels should be strengthened in a big way to support an enabling governance, so that the framework is there to a coherent implementation, for instance, of the UN Convention and so on. So globally, just to say, and this report is available, of course, on our website, and we would be happy to share it as much as possible. Globally, just to say that our cities are totally committed, and many of the Access City Awards winners come from our network, actually. If you think of Warsaw, Ljubljana, Lyon, and a special mention of Poznan and Florence, for instance, in 21 for the Access City Award. And we exchange good practices between the award winners and the candidate, but also we have a working group called Barrier-Free Cities that also work with the Commission in this respect, to really move the standard and so on. So we are also we are also a strategic partner to the new European Bauhaus. So we hope that will help us to promote accessibility and social inclusion together with our cities in the current co-design phase of the initiative. But anyway, enough about cities and Eurocities. I would like, without further ado, to introduce the amazing panel we have, and that the Portuguese presidency has lined up here for a discussion on accessibility. They have been introduced. Just a word in terms of the theme. Accessibility is a very important dimension that the EU strategy is looking at, and that's why this panel of such expert speakers will share with us its reflections on the challenges, but also the way forward. And hopefully we'll give the very specific perspectives on the proposals contained. So we said we have 4 people that were already announced. So let's start directly with Immaculada, or Ima. Sometimes I can see that Ima, it's shorter and it's nice. So Immaculada Plasencia Porrero, senior expert in disability and inclusion that has been working for many years in the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion in the European Commission. You know the strategy better than anyone else, right? Which challenges and opportunities on accessibility do you think could be clearly highlighted? So I would suggest that we do a first round with this kind of question to all our panelists, and each of them will have 6-7 minutes. If you are okay, I would give you the floor directly, Ima. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Annalisa. I want also to thank the Portuguese presidency for organizing this timely event and for inviting us to discuss a topic that is very close to my heart, which is accessibility. And let me start by sharing with you that accessibility is presented in the strategy as an opportunity in itself, an opportunity to allow and ensure independent living, political participation, freedom of movement. If you look at the strategy, accessibility is present in each and every of the areas, not to mention employment and education. Without accessibility, participation is impossible. Participation on equal basis with others would even be not feasible. So the focus of the strategy now is on implementation. I think we have had behind us a number of years about clarifying what is accessibility, how to do accessibility, what rules should we have on accessibility, and now we have a very comprehensive pieces of legislation with concrete requirements that are concrete, comprehensible, reliable, testable, reproducible. So what we need to do now is really implement them. This is really the opportunity that we have ahead of us. And in that implementation, we have a number of tools, like, for example, the standards in which we have been implemented on built environment, technology, and design for all. We need to make sure that the Accessible EU Center really delivers the opportunity that it conveys. It is an opportunity for mutual learning, for bringing coherence across the different implementations at national level. Let me say that, for example, in the area of ICT, that coherence should happen even at international level, given the international dimension that ICT has beyond our borders. In the area of the built environment, more and more we are advancing towards a common solutions due to and supported by the standardization work that we have. So in the Accessible EU, we have opportunities to share good practice, to inspire policy development, and to share those tools and develop tools that will support that policy development. Let me say that the strategy brings also, or highlights, other opportunities that we have been constructing in the recent years. For example, in the built environment, we are partnering with renovations for energy development, where accessibility must be present from the very beginning. We see as an opportunity more and more the coherence that our European policies are putting forward. Look at the initiative, the new European Bauhaus, where inclusion and accessibility is at the center of its three key components. And of course, we have as an opportunity the recovery funds, all the EU funds, that they need to be used in a way that are accessible and inclusive of persons with disabilities. To accompany that opportunity, we have legislation. Let's not forget that in public procurement, we've made accessibility an obligation, and that obligation needs to be delivered. But we have some challenges, I have to say. You asked me about opportunities and challenges, and I would like to now finish with some of the challenges ahead of us. We have challenges in terms of practical knowledge. We need to make sure that ICT professionals, architects, everybody involved in the transport chain and in the construction sector is aware, knowledgeable, competent to build accessible, to ensure accessibility in the developments that they operate, and to make sure that those three areas, really the accessibility in those three areas, come together. This is really a challenge ahead of us, because in those three sectors, still, we have a separation of the knowledges and the practices. And we see, for example, the melting role that ICT has in all those areas. In the built environment, we see more and more ICT, digitalization in transport. So we need to make sure that accessibility is really done in a coherent manner in the three areas. When it comes also to the challenges ahead of us, I see prevention of accessibility barriers in new developments as a key challenge. We're talking about new modes of transport. Let's see about the electrical networks, shared intelligence cars, and so forth. Take the example of our artificial intelligence, but also new ways of political participation, social media. How are we going to ensure the accessibility of all those new developments? And my last challenge that I would like to mention before I give you back the floor is enforcement. Once we have accessibility really more and more implemented, we need to make sure that it is maintained and it is properly enforced, and that there are remedial actions when they are not there, and when the accessibility is not properly implemented. And there we have challenges in terms of the knowledge of those that have to enforce, that have to identify the lack of compliance. So in the long run, we need also to invest in compliance and on enforcement, sorry, to ensure compliance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ima, for highlighting so many important aspects and reminding us that this strategy is actually just an opportunity to say, now it's time to act, yeah, and to implement all the things that, you know, the Commission and everyone has been putting together within it. So time to act, a lot of opportunities. This strategy is opening challenges that you've mentioned very clearly, among which, you know, the knowledge to be able to make it happen, because if people are not aware and are not competent, they won't be able to build buildings that reflect these needs. And of course, I didn't mention it, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, it's a, you know, a unique opportunity to actually not only ensure sustainability in the environmental sense, but also in this sense, social and, as you mentioned, the accessibility of so many investments and buildings. So, and the enforcement, of course, if we don't enforce, there's no point in implementing anything. So thank you very much, Ima. I would like now to give the floor to Alejandro. Alejandro is, you know, representing the most important NGO, right, in Europe on disability. You are the voice of disability organizations across Europe. In your views, which challenges and opportunities, like we asked Ima before, on accessibility does the new EU strategy generate? For instance, in terms of implementation, as Ima mentioned. Again, if you would like to use 7 or 6 or 7 minutes, as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalisa, and many thanks as well to the Portuguese presidency for giving us the opportunity to participate in this session and in the opening panel on behalf of the European Disability Forum. As for the accessibility chapter, we do value very much and positively this chapter. It is true that accessibility is an enabler of rights, of autonomy, participation in all aspects of life, equality, but accessibility is also a precondition to implement all of the actions of the strategy, and ultimately the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Ima has mentioned this, as accessibility is an intrinsic part of all the actions that are in the strategy. But accessibility, when implemented in practice, and this is where it comes the challenge, it requires a high level of expertise. It's technical, it's not black and white. So we also welcome very much the progress that the EU has finally done when it comes to setting the foundation for accessibility legislation in Europe, also with the support of technical standards to be able to implement this legislation. So in this sense, one of the main successes of the previous strategy has been the introduction of legislation on accessibility that has really paved the way towards a more inclusive society. And in this sense, I'd like to, as you asked, I'd like to highlight some opportunities and challenges on this chapter that we have discussed with our members. The first opportunity that I would like to highlight is the outlining of different revision of legislation, but also the introduction of new legislation on accessibility, because not everything is set as we would like for the moment. But let's start with the revision, because we see some of the revision of very important legislation and initiatives at European level that may have an impact to strengthen even more the accessibility provisions. Many of these we already knew that they were going to happen, such as the Web Accessibility Directive, for example. In 2016, we had this very important piece of legislation aiming at making the public sector, the digital public sector, more accessible. And now with the COVID-19 situation, we've seen how our societies have been catapulted to more and more digital. But unfortunately, for persons with disabilities, we see that we still find many barriers to access public services online, to get information, public information in accessible formats. So in that sense, this revision could help in strengthening even more this directive, which is already very good. But for example, it allows member states to exempt websites and mobile applications of schools, nurseries, and kindergartens. So imagine the situation of those websites not being accessible during the pandemic. Moving on, the built environment, which is also a very important aspect, which is not yet sufficiently addressed at European level, but we see more opportunities within this strategy. The revision of the energy performance of building, for example, can be a great opportunity to promote the standard on the built environment. We recently had the revision of rail passengers' rights, in which we finally got some improvement in the request for assistance, but now we see in the strategy that the revision of other regulations for water, air, or bus regulations on passengers' rights will also be tackled, and it's important that we uphold the rights of persons with disabilities there. On rail infrastructure as well, there is a mention in the strategy, and we believe that more harmonization should come into this line to make sure that when you travel around, stations, trains will be accessible to you, and you can expect them to be accessible. And obviously, as you mentioned, Annalise, in the beginning, the accessibility incorporated in the actions of cities, as mentioned in the strategy as well in the sustainable mobility planning, is important that cities also take into account the resources, the standards, the regulations that there are at European level, because in the end, having a harmonized approach will create synergies, and also industry will be more certain on what accessibility requirements they will need to apply when they are requested any action at a city level, for example. But let's go into the potential new legislation that could be included in this strategy. The strategy mentioned assistive technology, which we believe is very important to introduce new legislation on this regard, because for assistive technology, since many of them depend on different national certification scheme, the same piece of assistive technology, for example, can be for free in one country, can cost 400 euros in another country, or can be 1,000 euro in another country. So it's very important that the EU addresses assistive technology and takes advantage of the single European market. We see also actions on accessible elections, but let's remind everybody that even though new measures can be put in place to make elections more accessible, the right to vote, which is sometimes deprived to certain people with disability because of legal capacity discriminatory laws at national level, needs to be tackled by the Council and the Parliament. So a new reform of the European electoral law should be introduced in this regard. And obviously, from the disability movement, we would like to see new legislation when it comes, for example, to medical devices or household appliances, which are in the end household appliances, that one of the barriers that we encounter to really have an independent living. And just to finalize with the challenges and opportunities, because I believe the disability card, for example, should also have a strong legal basis to ensure the mutual recognition of disability across countries. The Accessible EU, as Emma mentioned, we believe that it should have funding and human and financial resources to be able to really have an impact and to support member states in implementing all this legislation. In terms of challenges, just to conclude, it's very important that accessibility is, as Emma said, that's an opportunity, and for this opportunity to be really harnessed, you need to invest on accessibility, and you need to invest in education. So we need to have these accessibility professionals, to have future professionals knowledgeable on accessibility requirements. So this is why accessibility must be introduced in the curricula of future engineers, future architects, future ICT developers. And obviously this can also be an employment opportunity for persons with disabilities. And in all of these actions, we need to include persons with disability. Also in the development of standards in which from the disability movement, we find many barriers to elaborate the accessibility standards that Emma mentioned on equal basis with other stakeholders. So more inclusion in the involvement of persons with disabilities in the development of accessibility standards is also very much needed. And I will leave it here and happy to come back later as well. Thank you very much, Annalisa.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. It was extremely clear and very practical as well in terms of recommendations. I guess you have produced something as a forum as well that would be good to share with as many people as possible. So a lot of your message is invest basically in accessibility in terms of skills, coherence in in harmonization of legislations, regulations, standards, and so on. So a lot that you propose in terms of opportunities, but also as challenges that need to be addressed. Okay, thank you very much. And now we move to Ireland and we go to Donno. It's your turn. Now, I think you work on a universal design, which is a fundamental thing. And would like to hear from you, your views on the strategy. What are the main advantages, of course, for example, on universal design, and to what extent can it really help the implementation of these strategies and so on? But I understand you have a short PowerPoint to start with, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Annalisa. And in the interest of time, I think I'll forego the PowerPoint this morning. But thank you for that invitation and that opportunity. And I think I'll just jump straight in to a quick introduction to my centre. I work with the Centre for Excellence in Universal Design at the National Disability Authority, and we're a government agency. So I'm speaking this morning, Annalisa, from the perspective of almost a consumer, an implementer of the work of the European Union and the European Commission on accessibility. So my role currently is I head up the national monitoring body for the Web Accessibility Directive, which came into being, and so my work has been, and the work of my centre has been very much influenced by the last disability strategy. And just reflecting briefly on the last strategy, what I saw in comparison to the 10 years previous to the last strategy was not just new pieces of EU law being developed and implemented, but also accessibility being mainstreamed across other EU legal instruments, and Emma has already mentioned public procurement, but also in the Audiovisual Media Services Directive and the European Communication Codes. So that's really encouraging to see that now accessibility is on the table. It's being mainstreamed and incorporated, not just in specific European legal instruments, such as the Web Accessibility Directive, as I mentioned, and the European Accessibility Act, but right across other instruments. But I think we should not take that for granted. And in the next 10 years and in the lifetime of this strategy, it's important to keep an eye on that and to make sure that accessibility is incorporated across all work of the European Commission, whether it's in their function and role as proposer of legislation, but also across other instruments such as funding instruments like Horizon Europe. The second thing I'd like to reflect on over the past 10 years, my centre have been very much involved in assisting the standards development work that has happened in the past 10 years. We were involved in several of the mandates from the European Commission to the European standards bodies. So we now have some stable and mature standards in the area of accessibility, and those vary from the ICT accessibility standard EN 301549 to a design for all universal design approach to extending the range of users that can use products and services, EN 17161. So it's very important that we continue to develop these standards, and my centre stand ready as a national government centre in this area to assist in the development of more European standards. But one comment I would make at this stage is very, very important that those standards processes are inclusive, and something I observed during the lifetime of the last strategy was a kind of a clash of cultures to some degree, with European standards bodies not only developing accessibility standards as they often have done and have done for quite a while, but when it came to these standards, although be it they voluntary standards, being used as a presumption of conformity for the essential requirements of EU law, it was really important and remains important that the processes used by the standards bodies in Europe are fully inclusive. And to some degree, the strength of strategies like this and the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities lie in how they can make a change to the small places where people live. And when it comes to developing standards that are used as presumption of conformity, it's very important that the committees, the documents, all those details are fully accessible. And that's something that we've learned from during the lifetime of the last strategy, and I'd like to see more of in the next strategy. So that's one of the challenges, I think, is to make sure that the standards development processes used by European standards bodies are inclusive, because ultimately these standards, or at least some of them, are used as presumption of conformity for EU rules. So it's important from a democratic position that these processes are fully inclusive. And I think one of the opportunities that the European Commission have, and where the European Commission are uniquely placed, work that the European Commission are uniquely placed to carry out, is to identify gaps in the market, to identify gaps where harmonization is not as it could be around rules, as Alejandro referenced, around assistive technology. So that's something that Ireland as a member state needs the European Commission to continue to do, to identify the gaps, so that there is a greater and more harmonized functioning of the internal market for accessible ICTs and for assistive technology. And one area where I see a great disparity at the moment that has risen, we've seen a rise in the past year around, is the use of telehealth and telecare systems. And the provision of healthcare services is a fundamental human right. And what we're seeing now is, with the move to telehealth and telecare systems, a big variance in the accessibility of those systems being used by national health services, especially, well, I can certainly talk about in my country, and I can vouch for that, but in other member states as well. And finally, I'd like to just, as another opportunity, I'd like to just point to an initiative that's flagged in the strategy called Accessible EU. And while it's flagged as a knowledge sharing type of initiative organization to be set up, and that can sound quite, aspirational and not very, I suppose, not very formal, it's very important that we have a central agency or place within the EU where we can share knowledge and build on the knowledge that we already have around accessibility. Because while EU law can prompt and nudge member states and place obligations on member states to do certain things, the devil can be in the detail when it comes to accessibility. So we need a place to be able to share best practices and knowledge, to maybe undertake pre-standards development work to inform the development of standards. And I think that's a welcome flagship initiative in this disability strategy. So thank you, Annalisa. I'm delighted to be able to share my views this morning, and looking forward to contributing to the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much, Donna. You brought a very complementary perspective to previous speakers. So really, like your message is about, EU standards and processes. They have to be inclusive. That's a guarantee that needs to be done to be able to, move in the direction we want. Gaps in the market. So please, EU, we need to continue to push in this direction. So to ensure harmonization when it comes, for instance, to accessible ICT and so on. And finally, the Accessible EU that you brought to the table, that it's a very important initiative, make sure that since the devil, as you said, is in the details, there's a place where everyone can go and, make sure that things can happen because the context is clear and there are inspirational practices that can help moving on. So thank you very, very much. And now you talked about standards very much and processes. And so to conclude the first round, I would like to give the floor to Cinzia Missiroli. You are Director of Standardization and Digital Solutions in the Sense and ELEC. And since many, many years you work in there, so a very big expert. You're the boss of standards. So yes, what is your take on the strategy?
Thank you very much, Annalisa, and thanks again to the Portuguese presidency for having invited Sense and ELEC to join this prestigious event. And as a matter of fact, Sense and ELEC are two of the three European standardization organizations recognized by the European Union and EFTA for developing European standards. As indicated in Regulation 1025, and some of which provide indeed the presumption of conformity to the European legislation, as was referred to by previous experts. Over the last 60 years, thanks to the involvement and work of an impressive number of national experts nominated by the Senate and ELEC members, as well as European stakeholders that represented consumer organization, environmental organization, as well as people with a disability, European standards reflect not only the scientific and technical state of the art, but they also take into consideration the concern and priorities of a wider society, including the people with disabilities. And as a matter of fact, people representative from EDF, AGE, and ESPD, just to name a few, have indeed participated in the standards development process. And as a matter of fact, an essential characteristic of European standard is that they result from the consensus of all interested parties. And I said, not only industry and economic players, but also those that represent the civil society. One important characteristic of European standards, and why I think they've been also mentioned several times by the previous speakers, is that once we publish a European standard, this is implemented identically by our members that are the National Standardization Organization of 34 countries. And this, you understand, represent one single solution across a multitude of stakeholders and users. And whenever possible, we go for one global solution together with our international counterpart, ISO and IC, and gives also the opportunity of European stakeholders to influence the development of international stakeholders. And this could be the case also for the accessibility requirements. Of course, as you might understand, Senate and ELEC have an important role to play in harmonizing the market and for the inclusion of accessibility aspects in standards for products and services. And of course, some of those standards can be used and referred to in public procurement. The strategy already refers to some of the standards developed by Senate and ELEC in relation to various aspects of accessibility. And these were developed following standardization requests from the European Commission. But on top of that, the strategy offers the opportunity for the development of new standards to support its implementation. Some of the previous speakers has already referred to the standards already available in relation to e-accessibility that supports, as a matter of fact, the web accessibility legislation. the design for all, means the inclusion of design for all in relevant standardization activities for products and services, as well as our activity in relation to accessibility for public procurement for the built environment. Sanelek have done already some work, again, covering aspects covered by the strategy, not necessarily linked to requests from the European Commission, but are related to the quality of care and support for older persons, accessibility requirements for railways application related to persons with the reduced mobility, as well as other aspects related to assistive technologies, packagings related to Braille and other formats for visually impaired people. This is really to just name a few of the activities that we've done. There is a possibility every time there is a need that is identified by the stakeholders, as well as in the frame of the strategies, to develop new standards. And we have the platform, and we offer the platform to do so. I take the point of the previous speakers in order to ensure the right level of inclusivity, and my understanding is especially on the accessibility on the documents that are used and support the development of the standards of the final product. But in any case, as I mentioned, whenever there is a need, there is always the possibility to develop new standards, provided that there are the right level of experts and stakeholders that contribute to the development of those standards. And here it comes to some of the challenges that I would like to mention from a standardization point of view. And it's really to have the right people around the table, to have the right people with the right expertise contributing and participating to the standards development process. And for having this put in place, I know that for certain category of stakeholders, what is important is also a live support from European institutions, from the Commission, in order to increase their possibility of involvement and participation. And of course, getting in touch with our members in order to make that happen. Of course, another challenge for us is updating the current standards to consider accessibility requirements. As I mentioned, we have done some work. We have developed specific identified standards on accessibility, but also the sector-specific or product-specific standards would need to be adapted and updated to consider those requirements. And in order to do that, what is key is also education for the experts, to make sure that not only accessibility experts participate, but also that the experts with the technical knowledge on a specific products, they do understand what it means to include accessibility aspect in their standards. And of course, I would say the one last challenge is also make sure that these the standards that once are published are made, that people are aware of those standards, that they make use of the standards, and of course that they are used. And I would leave it to that for the time being, Annalisa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cinzia, so you reminded that, Sensenelec is really a platform for, all the work you've done already, for the idea of, for the possibility of developing new standards if it's necessary, and also update the current standards, and that, you'll do your best to actually include, people around stakeholders, and not on industry, but like you already do, or civil society, but also reminding that you need the right people around the table to develop standards correctly and representatively and technically, correctly, as you said. And in that respect, again, it reinforces this idea of knowledge and education, not only in curricula and so on, but also in actually experts themselves, that they need to be up to date all the time, with all the changes and so on. So otherwise it doesn't work. So yeah, great. Thank you very much. I would suggest that we only have like 1 minute, 2 minutes each to conclude a second round, if you are happy to play the game and have just that like 1 or 2 minutes each of you to just give a sort of recommendation or an idea for you, what should be priority number one, you know, that thing that should guarantee a barriers-free Europe, completely accessible for, you know, people with disability. Can we start with Ima?
Yes, thank you very much, Annalisa. I will try to stick to the time, but having the one challenge, I think, although the one priority is difficult, I think there are several priorities depending on the stakeholders. I think for all of us together, we have to put in place the Accessible EU and maximize its use. For member states, now that they are embarked on the transposition of legislation, to make sure that that transposition is done correctly in an ambitious manner, and prepare for their implementation with plans, strategies, allocate resources, put deadlines for implementing, but also for checking, and identify the standards. In that context, I have to say that we are preparing a new mandate. These standards that Cynthia mentioned responds to from European mandates, and we need to issue a new mandate in the context of the Accessibility Act. Let me say that we need stakeholders to start preparing in order to participate in this process of implementation, and clarify some challenges. And finally, we need to prepare for the training, invest in training in the medium and longer term, and for having strong market surveillance authorities and authorities responsible for compliance on services, and invest also in their knowledge, their capacity and their skills, also in the administrative bodies and those judicial that will do the legal remedies. Let me just, my last word to say that we need to understand that accessibility is a technical issue and it's a matter of results. We need to see it built, we need to be able to measure, to check it, and we need to do preferably that through a universal design for all approach. But the approach is not enough. We need to have concrete results that are testable, and compliance must be ensured. Thank you.
Very, very, very clear compliance. So not only to do it, but also to make sure that people do it and they have the conditions to do it. Alejandro, please.
Thank you very much. I would obviously agree with what Ima just said, and I would like you to just complement on the Accessible EU Knowledge Center. That is extremely important that persons with disabilities and the representative organization can participate on this platform. I'm glad to hear Donald mention an agency, because that is actually the proposal from the European Disability Movement to create a new agency to look to work on accessibility and have all the expertise, the technical expertise that Ima was referring before, and to really support enforcement in this regard. So again, I want to echo this recommendation. But my priority for to highlight would be to mainstreaming accessibility, to mainstream accessibility in new legislation, in new initiative at European level. We mentioned some during this panel, but I think, for example, we saw the new Digital Services Act being released to regulate online digital platforms, and we were really surprised and disappointed as well that it didn't include a reference to the accessibility requirements that we were mentioning before. So again, the importance of mainstreaming accessibility now that we have the legal basis for it in all initiatives on transport, research, international cooperation, digitalization, any consumers, any initiative at European level should be also complemented by adding the reference to the relevant accessibility standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you very much. And now, Donald and Cynthia, please, you have 1 minute maximum each, because we need to welcome the Secretary of State.
Certainly, Annalisa. The greatest successes my Center for Excellence in Universal Design have had at national level over the past 10 years is where we have mainstreamed accessibility into programs. And what I would love to see is, over the lifetime of this strategy, that we move from a focus on, accessibility for persons with disabilities to a wider focus on universal design. Now that'll take research, it'll take work, but again, where we have seen the greatest successes at a national level is where we have implemented a universal design approach and back that up with evidence that this can benefit everyone. It's not just about a proportion of the population, it's of benefit to everyone. And that universal design approach, I would love to see incorporated over the next 10 years.
Thank you very much, very clear. And Cinzia, to conclude.
Yes, thank you, Annalisa. And from a standardization perspective, of course, is the development of the appropriate standards and the update of the existing one to consider accessibility aspects in order to help remedies. And to this purpose, for us, is really to start this dialogue and continue this dialogue with the European Commission in order to finalize and to develop and finalize the relevant standardization request and to engage with the relevant stakeholders and those that have a knowledge that can contribute to the standards development, and again focusing on education and awareness raising on the accessibility aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been great panelists. Really, you've been able to stick to the time that you were allocated. I'm so grateful. So yeah, I mean, now we would like to welcome Mr. Rolf Schmachtenberg, if I pronounce it well, Germany's permanent state secretary at the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. You've heard a very interesting debate about enforcement, mainstreaming, universal design, making sure that standards, processes, development are inclusive. So many inspiring input. So I would say the floor is yours to conclude.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Annalisa, you pronounce my name absolutely perfectly, which is not the usual case. Schmachtenberg, I know, is quite a mouthful. So thank you very much for getting it right. Dear speakers, dear panelists, I'm very happy to have the chance to speak at the concluding part of this panel. And on the basis of my own experience of virtual meetings during the German presidency, I just know how much organizational work is concerned. I know it's like a live TV broadcast. There are a lot of details going on behind the scenes. So I take my hat off to all the people in the back office, all the people who made this meeting possible and who have ensured that in spite of the pandemic, we can communicate so closely with one another. And I found this a very interesting, a very informative exchange of information. And I'd like now just to introduce some personal comments. But let me begin by saying thank you to the Portuguese presidency for making this subject such an important issue. I think that people with disabilities have to deal with so many barriers not only in terms of environmental aspects, but there may be digital, analog, psychological. We need to overcome all those barriers. I think that there are so many obstacles which prevent people with disabilities to be able to overcome them. Many of those barriers are very, very stubborn, difficult to get rid of, but I'm optimistic. Now, in Germany, because we have one barrier which disappeared, which was the wall. When the wall came down in Berlin came down, in fact, it's 22 years since the German parliament was able to meet in Berlin. And I think that that is a metaphor for how walls can be brought down. And the walls in today's world are called barriers. People with disabilities have a lot of barriers to deal with on a day-to-day basis, and they help one another. They look for intelligent apps which have been developed to help persons with disabilities. Now, this is very important because you've got to ensure that people with disabilities can participate in an inclusive society. And I'm very happy that in the European Union, together we're working on common solutions and that we're really engaging in an exchange of experiences because we have different histories in our different countries. We've got different policies to deal with persons with disabilities. And that is why this exchange with people from other parts of Europe is so important. Because I think it's quite interesting to see how interesting, what kind of solutions have been found in other countries. For instance, Norwegians have a lot of money and they're not members of the EU, but if you look at the way they have dealt with access to trains, for example, is something that we can really but pay tribute to. Now, the UN resolution was adopted and has helped us make quite a lot of progress, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. I think that the principle for us is to ensure that all the EU member states really promote what it says in Article 9. In other words, better accessibility has to be ensured, says the Commission's paper. The strategy that has been adopted by the Commission sets out a path. The Commission and the Member States have to work together in order to develop active measures so that we can make progress in Europe. And we have really to deal with things at national level as well, because this is the principle of subsidiarity. But because of comparison, benchmarking, monitoring, what is being done in terms of disability strategy, we are able to make progress through this manner. But I don't want to speak abstractly. I think that there are 4 specific steps that have been adopted in Germany. And I wanted to share this with you. 4 measures. First, we have set up centres at the federal level to ensure that we have barrier-free access. There are also discussions going on with the private sector operators. And what we want to do is to have an European Information Centre. It's called Accessible EU. We want to ensure that we can ensure consistency between the measures, and we want to facilitate access. So I just wanted to echo this point about having an exchange across national boundaries. Now, we've also had some good success with equal opportunities, not only at the federal, but in the 16 federal states. We also want to ensure that, for example, sign language is widely used, that we also have accessible documents for persons with visibility problems or with sight problems. And also we have legal provisions which say what has to be done for the federal administrations, for the 16 different states. For the federal administration, there are very specific rules. The third measure is an arbitration center for the federal state dealing with persons with disabilities. Through this center, people can turn to this center if they have the impression that something is not done as it should be done. And the arbitration center is there basically to try and determine what problems. It's like a vacuum cleaner which aspirates all of these issues and then ensures that these are channeled towards those who can find solutions. The fourth measure, a decision which has been taken in the federal parliament just a week ago. And this is designed to ensure that persons providing assistance are given greater access rights. And we're learning from Austria in this area. And the fifth point I wanted to mention is the implementation of the European Accessibility Act. I think I could add many things. I don't know. I know that the time is running out. Anna, I'm looking at you. Can I continue? Well, let me
how can I say no? But okay, we are at the end. So if you can just wrap up very fast.
So in a TV show, you have always to be in time. So that's why I'm asking you. Yeah? So let's be active here. No, I don't. Wir machen halt dieses Gesetz gerade.
So we're just about to adopt a law, and if you're interested, then you're going to have to ask me for that information. but there is the European Accessibility Act, which is designed to ensure accessibility is promoted. This is 1 year just before the implementation takes place. That's important because the federal states actually have to do the implementation. So we're just in time. And I'm very, very pleased that specialists have taken things to this stage. I think it is also very important because for the social ministry, this is breaking new ground. And with all these provisions for internet access, cash distribution machines, online access, all this has got to be covered by the new law. There are also advisory services which will be set up so that small companies can also be counseled. We don't want just the large companies being forced by law. Of course that will happen, but we don't want simply the smaller companies to fall through the gaps in the net because they don't have the capacity. So during the implementation, we've said we need to help the small companies. They've been taken out of the law, but we've got to ensure that they are on board. And we've got market supervision being conducted by the individual states. And we also, at the federal level, we have set up a unit which is responsible for supporting all these measures. So there is quite a lot of things being done, ensuring barrier-free access. And I am relatively optimistic. Now, the pandemic is forcing us to deal with new ways of publishing, and that means that we've got a lot of conferences, a lot of participants who can participate. Now, a lot of these people wouldn't be able to come to Berlin because of physical barriers, but through this virtual discussion forum, we are able to ensure greater participation. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give you a report about what is happening in Germany. And I can tell you without any doubt that we are very, very grateful for these impulses that come from the European level and from the European Commission, and that we are really working together as partners. Thank you.
Thank you. You couldn't end in a best way, really partnership. And, you know, reminding us the importance of how European solidarity and cooperation and partnership is so much needed to move forward. Thank you very much. It's been a very inspiring session. I believe I found it, and I'm sure many people has found it as well. The path ahead, as you reminded all of you, is very full and dense of work to do. But the implementation horizon, I would say, looks very good in terms of, you've been optimistic yourself, State Secretary, and very, very good to infuse this energy and this, commitment, show the commitment from so many levels of government and actors of society. So good work, everyone of us, and many thanks to all the great speakers, to the audience, to the translators, and of course to the organizers. As you said, State Secretary, it's a big job. And a special thank, let me allow, to Lia Ferreira, who has assisted us to prepare the session. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of the conference. Yes, have a good day, a good Monday. Thank you.
Muito obrigada pela sua intervenção, Senhora Secretária-Geral, e pelas intervenções de todos os oradores e todas as oradoras.
Thank you very much.
Iniciamos a sessão temática 2, subordinada ao tema Vida Independente,
Now, we're going to look at independent now. We want to talk about deinstitutionalization, and we want to look at the access to personal services and life in the community. We'll give the floor to Mrs. Massorina Catarino, who is from the Portuguese Social Security group, and then we'll have Catherine Senesic from the European Commission, and then Luc from the European organization which provides services to the disabled, and Alberto Fantos, who's also from the Portuguese, and Marcel Magalhães, who is, and also Roberto Yanacul, and policy analyst at the European Agency for Fundamental Rights. and Kamanaf from the Health Service. So I first give the floor to Mrs. Catherine Marcelino. Good morning to everybody. Good morning. And I would like to say a particular good morning to the Secretary of State who is with us. And I'm very pleased to be with you today. And I would be grateful for the invitation that was extended to me. I'd like to say good morning to all my co-panelists and also to everyone who's participating at the conference. Now, this high-level conference is being held so that we can think about a European strategy on the situation of people with disabilities 2021 to 2030. Particularly in the light of European social rights. We're looking here at some fundamental rights, and we want to have a fairer, more inclusive society, which is based on the principles which are in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Disabled. Now, may I actually really set the scene a little bit? Could I talk about the European strategy and how this is predicated on the UN work? At the European level, about 1 million children and people under 65 are disabled, and they are in institutions. And this goes up to 2 million, this number, if you look at people above 65. 28.4% of those who are disabled live with a risk of poverty and social exclusion, compared with 18.5% of those who are not disabled. And therefore, if you look at the convention, independent living, decent jobs, access to accommodation, and lifelong learning, social protection, all of these, and also these are matters which have to be in place so that you can have a decent life and a sufficient independence for all disabled persons. And this means that society as a whole has to bring in a strategy so that we can find solutions so that people truly can be independent. We have to respect the needs, the wants, the wishes, the nature of the people, where they are in their life, where they live, and we have to look at how we can promote human potential, and also we have to look at providing community-based services. But I think also what we have had to do is look at this concept of deinstitutionalization. And here we have to agree what that term means. We have to agree to the actual fundamentals of it. And basically, we're talking here at the rights as set out in the convention. So there is a responsibility here which falls on all communities, institutions, policies, and it also falls on the families of the disabled. These rights have to involve all, and nobody can or should actually be left on the wayside. And therefore, it is important that we look at how we can mainstream the question of disabled people in all social steps taken. We have to promote independent living. We have to make sure that there is accessible housing available, and also make sure that all people can live in the community where they wish to live. And here we have to look at services which are predicated on people. We need to have closer locally based services. People should be able to get the health care that they need. And this has to take into account the differences between an urban setting or a rural setting. And all of this, therefore, has to be provided for in the recovery programs, in financial programs, and this has to be a part of multi-annual funding. Portugal has, in this area, been working, and we have taken a national strategy for the integration of disabled people 21 to 25, and the idea here has been to deinstitutionalize people. This means in this program that we come up with innovative solutions, socially based solutions, and it's a program which says that the disabled should be able to get a service which they need for their good welfare. There also has to be some acquisition of skills, and we need to decentralize what is done from central administration to local administration. So this has to be really done at that level so that we can attain these objectives. We can do it more effectively, and so that the policymakers are closer to those who need those policies. And this would mean that we can tailor what is done to the needs of the disabled people. Now, we did a pilot project on this, and we looked at independent living, and we had some money from the European Social Fund. And now we have more than 800 people covered in that. In 2018, the legal structure was changed. And the nature of people's disability was reconsidered, and we looked at this so that the disabled could actually get their rights properly respected, and that they could have support if they really needed it or if they wanted it. And we set up certain skills centers, and this actually replaced the old center, which had been created back in the late 80s. So now this is a model which is based on communities, and this is to answer these challenges. And this has also takes account of the nature of each person, and it respects their rights. It also looks at their right to decide their own fate, and it is tailored to the needs for independent living of each person. And this should mean that people can have access to goods and services as they need. And this also means that people can be integrated in their communities. And on the basis of this plan, one should try and make for more independent living with independent occupation. And this should be done both with physical housing and in digital terms. Now, as part of this recovery, some of this looks at disability, and I think that this can give a real push to what we're doing. And we can provide these social services so as to meet the needs of the disabled. And this will encourage a kind of civic sense and an inclusive citizenship. And of course, there are going to have to be changes. We're going to have to come up with some innovative solutions, solutions which are closer to citizens and close to those grassroots, if you will. So what we will now do is move on to our panel, to our guests. And this is, we have some excellent people who are going to allow us to look at this in greater depth. Thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. I now give the floor to our first speaker, Katerina Ivankovic, from the Director from Social Affairs and Inclusion at the DG for Employment at the European Commission. She was the State Secretary of the Ministry of Labour in Croatia, where she was also responsible for pensions. And she has a well-known career in human rights. So, Katarina, you, madam.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be with you today, and you have already opened so many important topics, and you have already opened so many important aspects of the panel that we will be discussing today. And also, I'm very much looking forward to what my colleagues in the panel are going to say. What makes us, I believe, on the same side, all of us, is that really the ensuring that persons with disability enjoy their right to independent living really requires to set the conditions for fully accessing the community living services on equal basis with the others. We have to also see and we have to recognize that considerable progress has been made in this area under the previous EU disability strategy 2010-2020. And in particular, if I may say, the European structural and investment funds interventions have offered the opportunities to support the transition from institutional to community-based living. But nevertheless, we are equally aware that we have not yet reached the ultimate goal, and namely providing all people with disabilities the possibility to choose freely where, with whom, and how they want to live. All, of course, in line with the Article 19 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities. I believe we also have to recognize that the current pandemic not only shed a light, but also really exacerbated the pre-existing issues. I dare to say that independent living and deinstitutionalization are amongst the areas that were most severely hit and that are still very severely hit. And this new reality affected the lives of all of us, but particularly of persons living in institutions, be it persons with disabilities or maybe older persons. Persons with disabilities and elderly, as I just mentioned, have been particularly exposed during the pandemic. Their continued access to medical and social care, including also emergency and intensive care services, have in some instances proved to be very challenging. These persons have been facing also isolation, health and social care, but health and social care professionals have been really facing a high risk of the infection. As the vaccination campaign progresses across Europe, we see some light at the end of tunnel, but still COVID-19 pandemic has really highlighted the weaknesses in the capacities of healthcare and in the provisions of social services, systems to provide the integrated care during the time of crisis. And overall, the COVID crisis has put an unprecedented strain on the EU economies and on the capacity of the member states' healthcare systems and provisions of community and home-based services. And it has regrettably pointed to the real frequent lack of alternatives to institutions, as well as to the limitations of those institutions. On the brighter note, so to say, the new strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities 2021-2030 really reinforces the attention to the independent living, and we are proposing concrete actions to improve the conditions for an independent living and for the decent living. The importance of the independent living is also confirmed by two flagships and by two flagship initiatives proposed in the strategy. The first says that the Commission is going, by 2023, issue a guidance recommending to member states the improvements on independent living and inclusion in the community in order really to be able to enable persons with disabilities to live in accessible, to live in supported housing in the community, or to continue living at home. This also has the elements of something that we have been preaching for quite a long time. We also want to work on personal assistance schemes, as we have seen that in many member states, this has proven to be a good tool to secure that persons with disabilities remain in their homes and remain living in the environment that suits them the best and that they find the best possible environment. Also building on the existing voluntary European quality framework for social services, the Commission plans to present a specific framework for those services for persons with disabilities in order to improve service delivery for persons with disabilities and to enhance the attractiveness of jobs in the area, including through upskilling and reskilling of service providers. And I'm sure that that speakers in the panel are going to reflect on this one as well. Also, we do call member states, and those of you who saw the strategy, you could maybe see that we have put almost like a 3 level of actions, ones that are relevant for the EU level, ones that is seen as the flagships, so the parts of the strategy that have either stronger importance or have more actions to be grouped in one action, or we call member states, and we do call member states on many occasions, 23 times concretely, and we call in this area we call member states to implement the good practices of deinstitutionalization. In one area that is particularly important, that is the area of mental health, and in respect to all persons with disabilities, including children, in order to strengthen the transition from institutional care to services providing support in the community. And the second one, where we call member states, is to promote and secure financing for accessible and disability inclusive social housing, including for older persons with disabilities, and really to address the challenges of the homeless persons with disabilities. Here we see the link with the funding, and thank you very much for pointing how important it is. Funding was not only supported through last few financial perspectives, but I'm very happy to see now that in the negotiation process with various member states, we see this high and strong funding elements. I'm almost at the end, and I see my 10 minutes are approaching fast. Just to underline some other areas covered by the strategy that are very important for independent living. First one for sure is the accessibility, and in the previous panel you have discussed about it a lot, not only about the standards but accessibility in general. Also, it's important to continue inclusive education, to work on housing, on equal access to employment, to healthcare, and to justice. And some of these topics are going to be addressed in other thematic sessions, so I'm pretty sure that you will be returning to those topics before. Just last before I close is that when we reflect on the way how to do it, we must think about our own national strategies that you will be preparing or you have prepared. It is very important to align these strategies with UNCRPD, of course, and I know that all of you are working on this, but also to align future or revised strategies with the European strategy on the rights of the persons with disabilities, and think about how to link the strategies with the funding. For us, the independent living is in the core of all the actions. It's almost like the prerequisite to secure the participation of persons with disabilities in the community, but also in the labor market. And the scope on quality and accessibility of person-centered and affordable community and family-based services is the key of our success to see that persons with disabilities really find their place in the community and that they really find the quality services being provided to them. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Katarina Ivankovic. Thank you. You have spoken about some very important aspects of the work that we're doing, and you've also been saying things which are very much in line with this notion of a paradigm shift, something that we all have to do in Europe. And I would now give the floor to Luc Zelderloo, Secretary General of the European Association of Service Providers for Persons with Disabilities. Luc has been working in this sector for 35 years, so I think he has collected quite a bit of experience and kind of knows his stuff. So I think we can say he's one of the people who has been working on this change in paradigm for some time. Not only is he Secretary General of this European Association that I just spoke of, he was also, in fact, one of its founders. So without further ado, Luc, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear moderator. Good morning, Lisboa, and colleagues from across the European continent. Greetings from a sunny Belgium. And I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for allowing me to speak at this very important event. Indeed, I'm Secretary General of ESPD, a network of support services, and we work on the implementation of the UN Convention through the provision of high quality, empowering services. And before diving into deinstitutionalization, independent living and inclusive living, I would like to say a few words about the new disability strategy. According to us, according to ESPD, this strategy is a good strategy. Maybe not perfect, but it is a good strategy. It is ambitious, but not naively ambitious. And it will have an impact on the lives of persons with disabilities. It will have an impact on the services and the support systems. And we think that that is very important, very positive. We are especially pleased, positive, because of the focus on independent living and the institutionalization, the focus on employment. Due to COVID-19, employment on the open labor market indeed came to a standstill for persons with a disability. And we have to work on that. We should tackle this issue. It is very, very challenging, I think. The focus on quality of services, that's of course our core business. The focus on education and cultural participation, also very, very important. And the freedom of movement. All these elements are absolutely essential also when discussing deinstitutionalization. And we all know that the success of this strategy, the successful implementation of this strategy is to a large extent in the hands of the member states. So I hope that the member states enthusiastically will embrace the strategy and in co-production work on its implementation. And I would like to share a few ideas with regard to deinstitutionalization and the development of facilities in society so that people can live independently in their community. We know that at the moment, 60% of the EU member states are developing deinstitutionalization plans. We know that in the UN CRPD, the UN Convention, that also there the position is very clear. The Convention breeds independent living. It breeds inclusion in society and participation. And Article 19 is, I think, if needed, even clearer. People should live where they want to live, and they should live with whom they want to live in the community. Living in the community and inclusive support is also guaranteeing a higher quality of life, less school leaving and better outcomes of their school career, higher contribution to society later in life, and of course, it guarantees better use of resources and is more cost effective. So please, dear colleagues, let's not discuss the why anymore. The why is clear. We should focus on the how. We should focus now on how to do this deinstitutionalization and how to provide facilities in the community, in society, so that people can live the life they want to live. And let's be also clear, the institutionalization is not about putting people from one building into another. It is not about stopping support. It is not about dumping people in society without support. It is about how we want to organize our society, how we want to respect and value people with support needs, and how we want to build a more inclusive society. What is needed? We have to work on legal capacity. People should be able to decide on their own life. And we know that all European Union member states struggle to bring their legal systems in line with the UNCRPD ambition. Legal capacity is something we have to work on. Secondly, we have to develop a spectrum of services as alternatives to institutional care. Early childhood support, family support, respite care and daycare, personal assistance, personal and household support, flexible mobility and transportation facilities, educational support, job coaching, supported employment services, distance support. All these types of support are absolutely essential to be able to provide tailor-made solutions to the changing needs of people. Third element, we have to reroute the money in the system towards personalized and tailor-made solutions. As long as the financial systems support large congregated settings, there will be no transition. We have to work toward other ways of funding, and personalized budgets might be one of them. Fourth step we have to make together is investing in new infrastructure and staff. Indeed, we have to invest in the people that provide the support. We have to invest in the people that should provide empowering support, respecting the needs, the wishes, the desires of the people they work with. And we have to invest in accessible social housing. It was mentioned already earlier on. We have to invest in digital platforms. We have to invest in accessibility, so important if we want to build a more inclusive society. And we have to invest in small-scale support centers. Fifth step we have to make is we have to develop stakeholder cooperation. We have to work together with mainstream actors, with schools, educational system. We have to work with employment agencies, with hospitals and the health sector. And we also have to further develop co-production methodologies. We have to bring all the actors at the table, and the steering wheel at that table should be in the hands of people with support needs, persons with disabilities. So the development of good stakeholder cooperation is also absolutely essential. Sixth step is we need agreed and politically accepted planning. Feasible action plans. We have to develop feasible action plans. We have to design the system in such a way that we have an overlap between the old institutional system and the services of tomorrow, the services of the future. If we don't create this overlap period, then we will dump people and lose people, and we can't afford that. We have to be clear on the budget. We have to allocate budgets, and we have to monitor the change. We have to monitor the change processes and keep track of what is happening with the people. Dear colleagues, my organization, ESPD, is willing to engage in the work that has to be done to make independent living in the community, a reality for all. We are willing to fully engage in the processes foreseen in this new disability strategy to work on quality of services, what we did already in the past, but we want to do that in a more intensive and cooperative way with all the other actors. We are working with authorities from across the European Union and with the European Union institutions on the eye in several countries. We are working on the further development of early childhood and family support services, which is so important to prevent institutionalization. We work on supported decision-making, on social innovation, and indeed on co-production. All these steps are absolutely essential, and my organization is available to do that together with all of you. So in conclusion, community living, deinstitutionalization, independent living, is about the society we want to live in. It is about an open, inclusive, and disability-friendly society respecting all citizens. It is about respecting everybody in our communities. And this new European Disability Rights Strategy is a new political and societal commitment to design the society, the services in such a way that everybody can live the life they want to live. ESPD wants to be and will be an active and committed partner in this work. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Luke, pela sua intervenção.
Thank you very much, Luke, for that presentation. You mentioned a number of different issues, essential issues, and in one of the last sentences, you mentioned the idea of an inclusive society, and in order to achieve an inclusive society, each person has to ensure that his and her rights are respected. And we also need to ensure that people can live in society in an open manner, in an active manner. So thank you very much for your words. I'd like to move on to the next speaker. I am going to hand over to Humberto Santos, who's actually sitting next to me. He's president of the National Institute for Rehabilitation in Portugal, and he's going to be talking to us about the independent life model in Portugal. And I'd also like to tell you something about Mr. Humberto Santos's activity in Portugal, what he's been doing in the Institute, and also what he's been doing for the Paralympic Committee of Portugal. I can tell you that he is a source of great joy for us, because we're doing pretty well in this area. So Humberto, I'm going to give you the floor.
Muito bom dia a todos. Começo por cumprimentar a senhora Secretária de Estado.
Good morning to you all. Let me just say hello to the Secretary of State, who is responsible for questions of disability. I'd also like to say hello to Katarina, our moderator, as well as all those who are watching us from afar and who are talking about or discussing the questions of importance to us all. I represent the National Institute for Rehabilitation in Portugal, and we are dealing with a lot of important activities. Today, I am standing before you to talk about some of our success stories, from utopia to reality. I'm going to be speaking to you about a reality because for dozens and dozens of years, we have been addressing the concerns of persons with disability. And fortunately, in 2017, we were able to achieve something very important thanks to our efforts, something we've been working on for a very long time. In 2017, we had a program for helping persons with disability. There was a ministerial decree which was adopted, which is Decree 342, and it is help for independent living. It is a new paradigm, a new legislative framework which allows us to modify our vision of things in the political sphere, and which also ensures that we can change our approach away from institutionalization, where we speak about family living, community living, and that is essential for all of us, and it's especially essential for persons with a disability. This is the path towards self-determination, if you so will. So there is an important trio here. First of all, you have persons who get services provided by assistants. Then there are centers for independent living. These are the centers that organize, that coordinate all the personal assistance services that are provided to persons with disability. And Equally important, we have people who are life assistants, if I can call them that. People who can provide assistance. They are a key element in the chain. And what we have done is to really support their work. So it is this tripartite construction, if you will, which is going to allow us to really move forward. And it gives us a lot of pride because we've been able to achieve a lot of progress. We're very happy with the implementation of this system. We've learned a lot. We've also grown a lot by working together. Who is the addressee of this personal assistance? Who is the target of this? Well, it's a disabled person who is recognized as having a disability, who has a special ID card that indicates that they have at least a 60% disability and who is aged over the age of 16. For persons who have a mental disability, for persons who are suffering from autism, that degree can be lower. Persons with a disability over the age of 16 who are part or who have compulsory schooling are covered by a special service. Now let us talk about the personal assistant. Who are these personal assistants? These are persons who help the disabled person to be given day-to-day support in their day-to-day tasks, who allow them to have a normal life. There is no legal link or family link or an adoption link between the person receiving the service and providing it. There is no legal affinity for reasons which have been really established very clearly, and it has to be clear to all the participants, to all the persons involved in the process. This is connected with the principle of self-determination, with the capacity of each person to take his or her own decisions. There is a contract of work which is signed within the framework of a service commission and which ensures that the code of labor is respected. The salary is approximately 900 euros for a 40-hour week. All personal assistants who provides support can provide support to more than one disabled person. The implementation of this measure has been rendered possible thanks to financing provided by the European Social Fund. We have three regions that apply the model: the north, the center, and the Alentejo. And this is done through a management authority with a budget of 25 million. Algarve has 2 million, and then Lisbon with 7 million, where you can see the figures for yourselves on the screen. At the current time, we have 35 projects in the pipeline, 35 projects which are being supported by this aid. And as Katerina was saying, more than 800 persons are being provided with this direct support. This is, as I said, direct support, but it is also support that is provided to families. That is to say, to all those who are part of the lives of disabled persons. Each household has approximately 3 persons in it. And the impact of this measure is extremely important. I think that this is something that should be a source of pride. We have seen an improvement in the quality of life, and it depends on this impact. The degree of independence is the fruit of this impact. It is important that we strengthen the capacities, the emotional aspects, that we reduce the feelings of loneliness, that we facilitate the lives, the emotional lives of all disabled persons. So thanks to this program, people are much happier. It also means that these persons can really come back or enter onto the labor market. And I'm going to give the floor later on to somebody who's going to explain what entering into the labor market has really meant at first hand. This is important because it means that these disabled persons can gain independence vis-a-vis their families, because many of these persons depend on their families, but now they are being given greater independence. Whatever situation the families may be in, the disabled person is going to be able to gain a certain degree of independence. And then there is the degree of satisfaction, which is the last point on my slide. It's a generalized satisfaction by all the persons who have been involved in the whole process. COVID, yes, this has been mentioned by a number of speakers today. And during the course of the pandemic, we have seen that certain individualized plans have had to be suspended. And we've also seen family support systems having to be suspended because of COVID. But in spite of that, all the persons who are part of the program and who are covered by the CAVI system, all these systems have been kept in place and have continued to function throughout the period. And we have been in contact with all the beneficiaries of the CAVI program several times a week to make sure that everything is running as it should be running. Now, with regard to the pursuit of this project, we have managed to extend the system by a further 6 months. Normally, the project runs over 42 months in total, and we're going to carry out an intermediate evaluation. And on the basis of that evaluation, we will be able to understand the weaknesses and the strengths of the system, and we'll see what needs to be improved. And we'll also be able to envisage the development of this project for the future. In our view, this formal evaluation stage, the work that we're doing regularly with all the centers that are involved in order to be able to understand what is actually taking place on the ground and to be able to compare that reality with expectations, will give us a much clearer vision of things, and it will have or give us a more systematic view of things so that we can improve our measures. I'm going to finish off by telling you the following before I hand over to Gloria. I think it is important that all persons with a disability should be able to be provided with support. Disabled persons are at the forefront of our concerns. They have the major role to play. They define the number of hours that they need from the assistant. And we in the National Institute for Rehabilitation, what we're doing is to work with different players, but we are interacting regularly with these life assistants, as we call them, as well as with those who are responsible for the CAVI project. So thanks to that, we have obtained some very useful results, and certainly we have seen an improvement in the lives of a number of persons. Thank you very much for listening to me, and obviously if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you, Umberto, says the moderator. Thank you for that presentation of the program. Now, we cannot talk about public policies without talking about the destinies, the addressees of these policies, because they are the center of the strategy. And that is why we wanted to give the floor to Gloria Magalhães. She is a teacher and she lives in Figueira da Foz. I don't know if you know this city, but it's worth visiting. So, Gloria is a teacher. She had an accident. She lost her mobility as a result of this. But she is able to live her life like other persons thanks to the personal assistance system. We're going to give the floor now to Gloria, who is going to tell us something about her experience. Thank you. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for this invitation that you have extended to me. And I'd like to be able to share with you my own personal experience. I'm 45 years of age. I live in Figueira da Foz, and I've been living there since I was 6 years old. And I am a school teacher. I had a health issue a few years ago, and I had to submit to serious surgery. There have been consequences. I knew that there were going to be consequences. The operation was successful, but nonetheless, my movement is very limited. So I have been disabled. I was not able to move as before. After the operation, I was provided with support for a 3-year period. I live in Figueira, a long way away from my family, and at the time I didn't have any support at all. So I needed to reorganize my life. I was offered early retirement for disability reasons, and I was also asked if I wanted to take advantage of other measures. Now, I am able to benefit from the CAVI project in Figueira da Foz, and I came into this project without really knowing what lay ahead, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to continue my professional activities. But I can tell you that all these changes have proved to be very positive for me. Thanks to CAVI, I've been able to take up my professional activities, which is what I really wanted, in spite of the fact that I had motor difficulties. I have a life personal aid. This person is somebody I chose. She spends 5 hours a week with me. She helps me in my day-to-day activities, and as a result, I'm able to carry out my professional activities. This life assistant is not part of my life. She's not somebody who's a custodian, as it were, but she's part of a team. And as a result, our conditions of life are improved thanks to the support we receive from such persons. For the time being, access to services is still somewhat limited for disabled persons, and as I said, helps me in my day-to-day activities. I've taken up my professional activities. I have started teaching again and have been teaching now for the last 2 years. And I am able to take advantage of the support provided by this person for the last 2 years as well. And this has really improved on the life I had before. I can now continue living alone. I'm able to live my life. I'm able to work. My family, as I was saying, lives in another city, and so I'm not able to have support from my family apart from the emotional support they provide, but I am able to live independently and also financially. As a result of this, the fact that I have a motor disability has not impeded my professional activities and from fulfilling my dreams. I have decided to start again, but to work in a much more productive manner than in the past. In addition to all these changes, I wanted to say the following. I am a school teacher and I work with young children. And I believe that this is a real privilege to be able to work with these small beings who are going to represent our future. They have a disabled primary school teacher, but a teacher who is on the same footing as other teachers. And I think that that is very important that they get this message. Many of my pupils say, you are not different. Well, your uniform is a little bit different, they say. But the message that I want to get across is, I'm happy. I'm a happy person. The physical limitations do not prevent me from living. Of course, certain limitations apply to me, but I'm very grateful to the life assistant, and I'm able to overcome many of the difficulties I have on a day-to-day basis thanks to her support. That is what I wanted to share with you. I am very grateful and I'm very happy to be able to share with you the fact that even when you have a disability, even if you have motor difficulties, you can live your life. It hasn't restricted my life. You can change people's mentalities. And you can continue to be the person you were on a day-to-day basis, and we can show that we are capable of having a normal life. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gloria, for having shared your experiences with us. And more specifically, thank you for telling us, sharing with us the fact that you are happy. That is what we hope for you all. We all wanted to be able to have conditions which allow us to do what we want to do, irrespective of our condition. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. We've got a 2-minute film we want to show you now.
Modelo de apoio à vida independente para pessoas com deficiência ou incapacidade. Projeto piloto da República
Model
Portuguesa.
of life for support for persons with a disability. This is a Portuguese project supported by the European Social Fund. We're trying to help people to live independently. Navi provides personal assistance to people to help them perform activities which they cannot perform by themselves, with their guidance, orientation, and decisions. People aged 16 or over and with certified degree of disability of at least 60% can benefit from personal assistance. A low degree may be considered in cases of intellectual disability, autism, or mental illness. The activities are supported differently according to each person's needs, but it's always the people with disability or incapacity who, together with the independent life support, to define the level of support necessary to provide the necessary support. The diverse support includes personal care and domestic assistance, civic participation, training, education, research, work, culture, leisure, and mediation. A personal assistant is a person who provides support for performing the defined activities. The support person participates in the selection process, but the employment contract is established with the Independent Life Support Centre. The type, form, and intensity of the support are defined by the supported person together with a CAVI, Independent Life Support Centre, and is formalised in the Individualised Personal Assistance Plan. The Independent Life Support Centres are non-governmental organisations of persons with a disability, responsible for the promotion and availability of personal assistance. And they're an essential part of this model. MAVI relies on close articulation between personal assistance, the support centres, and the persons with a disability, who is a central figure of the programme. More participation, more inclusion, more citizenship.
Após esta apresentação em 3 partes
Thank you.
desta boa prática.
After this presentation in 3 parts of these good practices of what is being done in Portugal, I'm now going to give the floor to Robert Jan Uhl, who is a political analyst or policy analyst at the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. He has occupied a number of different functions. He has an enormous amount of experience in this area. So I'd like to give you the floor immediately, Mr. Uhl. Let me just say that fundamental rights should be at the forefront of our strategy. Mr. Uhl, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. And many thanks to for the invitation by the Portuguese presidency and the opportunity to discuss this important issue. I would like to focus my presentation on how to achieve deinstitutionalization in practice based on past research that the Fundamental Rights Agency has done prior to the pandemic. As we all know, the past year has underscored the importance of independent living in the most serious way imaginable. As we have noted in the Fundamental Rights Agency's bulletins on the pandemic, it's clear that persons with disabilities were cut off from society in institutions even before there was a pandemic. But of course, this has gotten significantly worse due to the COVID-related restrictions. And on top of that, being inside with large groups of people has obviously significantly increased the risk of infections for persons with disabilities living in institutions. And of course, many of those people may also be at greater risk if they do catch the virus. So that's underscored the need for action, I think. Another development that will take place soon is, of course, that the new Common Provisions Regulation on EU funds will enter into force. That too will contain clear language on monitoring mechanisms for compliance with the CRPD. And of course, the new disability strategy contains many useful policies, including particularly the planned guidance with recommendations to member states on how to improve independent living and how to improve inclusion in the community for persons with disabilities. All of this will, of course, increase the pressure to complete the process of deinstitutionalization. And so what I will do is briefly share how we think, based on our research, what would be the best practical way of engaging in the institutionalization processes. We did quite intense field work on this issue. The basic idea was to close the gap between legal obligations and what is happening on the ground, the gap between policy and practice. And we did that in 5 EU member states, which all had very different approaches to service provision. And we're all at very different stages of the deinstitutionalization process. We did our research in Bulgaria, Finland, Ireland, Italy, and Slovakia. So we wanted to collect the knowledge and experience of the various actors involved in the process of deinstitutionalization, and to hear their views about what is working well and what is not working well.
Não se ouve, parou. Não sei. Estamos aqui com um problema técnico. O orador ficou congelado. Não sei se o ideal era passar ao próximo orador e quando este orador tivesse condições voltaria. Talvez aguardar um pouco. Passo ao próximo orador. Então, tivemos aqui este problema técnico que espero que se resolva em breve e teremos a oportunidade de ouvir o resto da intervenção do Robert a seguir. E eu passava então desde já ao Kaloyan Kamnov, que é técnico principal da área da deficiência na OMS, que tem uma larga experiência no âmbito da OMS nesta área das pessoas com deficiência, e passava desde já a palavra ao Kaloyan para nos falar sobre estes temas no âmbito da Organização Mundial de Saúde. A palavra é sua.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for inviting WHO to be part of this important meeting. We already heard so many excellent and important points from the previous panelists, and I would like to thank them for this. It was already mentioned, COVID-19 has disproportionately affected persons with disabilities, especially those living in long-term care institutions. WHO data from over 30 countries show that up to 85% of all the deaths in some countries that are related to COVID-19 have occurred among residents in long-term care institutions, many of whom are persons with disabilities. These data have only showed us one thing, that it is time to shift from institutionalized services towards a person-centered service delivery system, rooted in the communities, reaching out and empowering persons with disabilities. I will provide a brief overview of the work that WHO is doing to achieve this goal, focusing my speech on 2 key points: access to health services and available assistive technology in the community. Starting with the access to health services, it is in the core of WHO mission as an organization to bring health services close to where people live in the most efficient and effective way to achieve health for all. Through our operational framework called Primary Healthcare, Transforming Vision into Action, which is a flagship strategy to WHO, we are committed to drive country action towards bringing services to the community, meeting people's health needs throughout their lives, and empowering individuals, families, and communities to take charge of their own health, including persons with disabilities. We promote services based in the community that are people-centered rather than disease-centered. Even though there is no perfect system, a lot of progress has been made in many countries, and I will give a couple of examples of such countries where WHO has been working in close collaboration with their ministries of health and local health authorities to bring health services in the communities and to establish a process to actively involve communities in improving local health services. An example of such close collaboration is the work done in Greece, which in just 1 year has established nearly 100 new community-based primary health units free at the point of access, allowing around 1 million new people to benefit from the new services, including persons with disabilities, of course. These 100 new units are part of the government's primary health care rollout plan and are the first point of contact and the main coordinator of care for people in the area. They include multidisciplinary teams with general practitioners, pediatricians, nurses, social workers, who provide healthcare for people in a continuous manner. This is a major change and the impact is already visible. Another example is Slovenia, whose community health centers provide a comprehensive, people-centered and integrated, and very importantly, accessible care that is affordable to everyone. Well-equipped community health centers serve as the medical home for families and patients and as their first point of contact with the health system. One important thing about Slovenia's primary healthcare system is accessibility of services and addressing any inequalities in delivery of health are at its core. One such example is the fact that Slovenia adopted a new mental health strategy in 2018 in recognition of the importance of adequate and equitable access to mental health services. The objective of the strategy is to really improve the access to prevention, early detection and treatment of mental health conditions, as well as rehabilitation and social integration of people with mental health conditions. The strategy intends to tackle existing inequalities in access to these services among vulnerable groups such as people with psychosocial and other disabilities. These two examples really show what is driving WHO's agenda on disability. We know that access to services is a major barrier for persons with disabilities and they are often left behind. For that reason, we focus our efforts on ensuring an equal access to services for those with disabilities. One project we currently develop jointly with the International Telecommunication Union is a global standard for accessibility of telehealth services, which aims to remove barriers and bring services closer to people. This is especially important now when the current COVID-19 pandemic disrupts health services in many countries, and telehealth is a reliable strategy for continuous provision of health in the communities. Provision of person-centered health services in the community, however, is only one side of the coin. If persons with disabilities do not have the support to access healthcare, if social services are not available, they will not be able to integrate in the community. Independent living requires community-based services that integrate health services and social services, including personal assistance, that facilitate everyday activities to persons with disabilities and their families. And this is why the new European strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities is so fundamental. And this brings me to my second point, the importance of assistive technology to support the independent living of persons with disabilities in the community. WHO is working to increase the range and coverage of assistive technology service provision, especially at the primary healthcare level, making services available in the community. The WHO GATE initiative has the goal to improve access to high quality, affordable service products to everyone. The aim is really to make assistive technology services physically accessible and available in the community, but also tailored to users' needs to ensure independent living of persons with disabilities. A good example of well-functioning assistive technology model of provision in the community is Norway. Norway has established a unified national system for assistive technology, addressing users' functional daily problems regarding the assistive technology they use, providing users with the same level of services regardless of where they live, free of charge, and ensuring user involvement in the system and a strong focus on the individual. So Norway has established 18 assistive technology centers, one in each county of the country, to reach every person in need. And by 2019, more than 140,000 people, or nearly 3% of the population, has received one or several assistive products from these centers. So Norway has also established a sustainable process of repairing the assistive products when needed. And about 1/3 of the distributed assistive products are refurbished ones. And while Norway is a comparatively rich country, its commitment to recycling a significant proportion of the assistive products also demonstrates a strong commitment to cost saving. These and other aspects of its inclusive approach that reaches those in the communities may well be relevant to many lower income countries around the world. It is important to mention that the assistive technology centers in Norway very well cooperate closely with the local health, social, and rehabilitation services in order to provide a comprehensive support to all people. And this cooperation between health and social services is fundamental because in many countries it is the social services that support the provision of assistive technology. So in conclusion, we welcome the new European strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities, which is extremely important, not just for the European region, but also globally. It is very timely and has the same time frame as the Sustainable Development Agenda. And we know already that we cannot achieve the SDG targets without accelerated process in addressing the needs and rights of persons with disabilities. Only by doing this, we can envisage a world where every person enjoys the highest attainable standard of health as their fundamental right. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Kaloyan.
Thank you very much, Kaloyan. Thank you for that contribution. I think the European agenda is of fundamental importance, and I think you've given us some examples of good practice in several countries, and you've explained that the health has to be holistic, it has to be social, it has to be physical, and there's another aspect which I think is particularly important and worth emphasizing. It's not up to people to adapt to the health system. It's up to the health system to adapt to people. And I think that's a good approach. And I think that's an interesting change. And I think it is on that basis that we should frame policy. So we'll come back to Robert. I think he sorted out his technical problem so that he can finish. Robert, you have the floor again.
Parece-me que não é possível. Acho que o Robert está.
Well, apparently not. Apparently, the technical problem is still there. So he won't be able to finish what he was saying, unfortunately. Okay, well, that being the case, we will now bring this panel to an end. I would just like to say this strategy is now up and running, and it's an important strategy for Europe as a whole. This is predicated on mainstreaming with legislation which has to be then brought in by member states. And I think what we're looking at here, the watchword is really a paradigm shift and deinstitutionalization. And we have to keep stressing that point of deinstitutionalization. Thank you very much for being part of this panel. So thank you very much. Thank you for that, Chair. Thank you to all of our speakers for this morning session. We will now take a break for lunch, and we will start again at 1400 Central European Time, 1400, 2 p.m. Thanks.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Regressados do almoço, reiteramos o pedido de manterem os microfones desligados, ligando-os apenas quando vos for dada a palavra. Retomamos o nosso dia de trabalho com a sessão temática.
We will begin with theme 3 that deals with employment. We will be listening to Miguel Gabrita, who is the Deputy Minister for Labour and Vocational Training of Portugal. The speakers this afternoon are Spiros Protosopoulos, who is the first Vice Chair of the European Network of Public Employment Services, and Halamak, who is the President of the Executive Member of the European Women's Lobby, Susana Silva, Human Resources Director El Corte Inglés of Portugal, and Per Hilmarsson, Deputy General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation. And then we will have final remarks from Mr. Kralj, Minister of Labour, Family, Social Affairs, Equal Opportunity, Slovenia. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to greet all participants at this panel and also thank the Secretary of State and all those present who are either here presentially or virtually. Also the European Commission for all the work and dedication it has put into the rights of the disabled based on the pillar and also the adoption of this, and also social aspects, which of course will be structuring for the next decade. This is why today is extremely important. It will allow us to reflect particularly on this very relevant theme for those who are disabled and more specifically employment. Talking about employment in any circumstances is talking about a fundamental right to be able to participate in society, to be independent, to have access to well-being throughout life. It's a right of citizenship for all men and women, and to apply this to people with a disability is extremely important, since this is obviously a way of gaining full independence. And sometimes people do face added difficulties because of their disablement. Also, refer specifically to those people, to the fact that people have, disabled people have the right to an income, a dignified way of life, services that allow them to take part in the labor place of work, and also to adapt to what is required. It's fundamental to guarantee that in developed Europe, nobody is left out, so that we can guarantee Europe without boundaries or borders. The logic underlying this since 2020 for the disabled, it has been a case, it's been discussed at length in other fora, and it's coming up with results. We need to eliminate once and for all obstacles that make development participation of the disabled in society. These must be removed. This framework for the vulnerable is a demand, of course, and the pandemic, COVID-19, has simply exacerbated already existing difficulties. We need better information, and we also do indeed congratulate those who have produced the Eurofact study. But apart from information, increasingly, we need to step up our action, coordinated action, and also all-reaching and really dedicated action. Today, the strategy, and in this panel session talking about employment, stresses the importance of new skills for jobs and also access to sustainable quality jobs. The route forward must be consistent, but it demands dedication and commitment on the part of all member states. Portugal has followed this route, and again, through the Portuguese presidency is stressing this and stressing our contribution made to those who are disabled and who certainly deserve having access to life in general as well as the labor market. This is one of the most relevant ways of participating in society. Not only the disabled will gain from this inclusion, it is a strategic issue for society as a whole, for social protection measures, and for the actual labor market itself. We must remember the recent and ambitious goal of the European social pillar in terms of action with regard to the job rate. Also, we must remember how we employ the handicapped. It's very important for the actual businesses themselves, not just in terms of social responsibility. Employers have much to gain from increasing the possibility of hiring the disabled and creating business cultures which will be far richer and far more embracing if they also address the disabled. We will all gain in the long run, each one of us and all of us as a group, and it will enhance society. The employment service is, of course, important in following these policies in the different countries. In the case of Portugal, professional and vocational training has been a major focus for those people who do have a disablement, and we are looking to the population in general, in any case, to develop support services and specific measures that will eliminate inequality. We also work on European level through public services, employment services, and this has been very valuable for many companies and for civic society and for the NGOs and also for the disabled themselves. Well, this should give access to support programs destined for the population as a whole, but they should also be able to benefit from avoiding discrimination, to compensate also situations where they are underprivileged. So these are approaches that need to be complemented. And in Portugal, within the context of the principles of the rights of people with a disablement, then we need to create the specific conditions for the disabled or some form of incapacity to be able to participate in society on an equality basis, and make the means available whenever possible to give them added support and individual tailored support to their needs. There are always resources throughout the country for this area to give public employment services in terms of giving information, assessment, guidance, qualification, certification, jobs, and support in recruitment, and also giving necessary support products. These are structures and services. Obviously, we need to, there's much more involved in what I've just listed. We need to be able to, again, correct the situation of updating skills and rehabilitating the whole labor market. Again, in terms of hiring people who are disabled within the public service and also in the private sector. Without wasting too much time on the Portuguese situation, message basically is the following. We have to mobilize different instruments as much as we can to ensure complete equality for the disabled on the labor market. This is what we consider must mobilize all of us. These are some of the measures and ideas which exist nationally, but also in other countries, all with a view to inclusion. But also we cannot lose sight of the need to work jointly at European level. Hence the importance of the strategy, developing new skills for new jobs, as well as equality of access to education and training geared to the labor market. As established in the European skills policy, we need to incorporate the needs of the disabled, and also policies should be consistent, coherent with the UN in terms of the rights of the disabled. This advantage of inclusion, which has been repeated on many occasions and in many instruments throughout Europe, as well as the recommendation of the Council on vocational training and teaching and state level, renewing the alliance between apprenticeship and reinforcing guarantees for young people. All of these policies, again, the disabled are always present. And this is fundamental for the development of the different stakeholders, public, private, and civic society. I would also like to emphasize the importance of the appeal made by the Commission for this strategy, because in terms of training and education, we have goals to be reached for those who are disabled, and national skills policies need to take on board the requirements of the handicapped. To appeal for measures for educating and specific vocational training, these should be flexible to allow for inclusion problems, to include those that need them, and particularly the disabled. We need cooperation between the different interested parties, all pertinent for the economy, and also aware of the needs, digital needs, and also the application of technology for better employability. These goals are essential, and we need sustainable jobs, quality jobs, and this is also all essential. As I said, employment is essential for all of us and for the country's economy, and particularly when we talk about people who are facing added difficulties in gaining access to work due to often preconceived ideas, lack of information, etc. But particularly in the green market, it's essential to include everyone, and the need for gaining jobs is a priority throughout Europe. The European Commission in 2022 will introduce a package for helping people who are disabled, strengthening cooperation with the European Network for Public Employment Services, social bodies and NGOs. And this initiative of Portugal as the presidency is backing all of this. The Commission is also this year going to publish a report on the application of the Equality for Jobs Directive, and also the plan for the Portuguese economy, focusing on what we call social companies, and also again in line with the European agreement, again for further development. In getting access to work and what we're discussing, the Commission has also made an appeal to the member states so that goals can be established by 2024 to be able to raise the employment level of the handicapped and remove the disparities between the employment levels of those with or without some form of disabling problem. An appeal is also made for us to step up the skills and competencies of the employment bureaus in dealing with the handicapped, and also with the NGOs working alongside. And so again, for the self-employed, those who again are disabled need attention here. Again, social services will need to give support. Also, legal services will be necessary. And again, we can count on European funds. No less important, and just to conclude, talking about jobs also means talking about social protection, and particularly social protection that is adapted and adequate to protect people without overlooking other areas of life, such as jobs, for the disabled, for others, and for all of us as a whole. Here, the European Commission next year will be introducing an agreement on this. In regard to this strategy and what kind of action can be taken to be able to integrate the disabled better, what is important right now is to listen to the different people who are here today, who are participating, and I'm very happy to see you all here. And I'm sure this panel session will be a very valuable discussion point and will be very helpful for onward movement in this area. Thank you.
E creio que estaremos agora em condições de começar com as intervenções.
And I think we can now continue. And first of all, I will give the floor to Spiros Protopsaltis, who is the first Vice Chair of the European Network of Public Employment Services. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Minister, dear Secretary of State, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this panel. My name is Spiros Protopsaltis. I'm the first Vice Chair of the European Network of Public Employment Services and the Governor of the Greek Manpower Employment Organization, OAEV. For those of you who are not familiar with the PES network, and we can show the first slide if it's possible, it was created in 2014, and it brings together the public employment services of the 27 EU member states, plus Iceland and Norway. The next slide, if possible. Our network aims to enhance the cooperation between European public employment services, in particular through the so-called bench learning, which is combining mutual learning activities and in-depth PES assessments and benchmarking. As we have heard in this conference, despite the growing number of policies and initiatives across Europe and beyond, persons with disabilities still face severe obstacles to their inclusion on an equal basis. Access to the labor market remains one of the main challenges. The employment rate of people with disabilities is significantly lower than those without. The crisis related to the COVID pandemic may have disproportionately affected vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, so that the need to act now is more urgent than ever. Public employment services are central to reintegrating those hit by the crisis, especially those hit the hardest, into the labor market. We must bear in mind that persons with disabilities often face multifaceted barriers to re-enter the labor market and thus need tailored and comprehensive support. Public services have become increasingly digitalized in the last year, more rapidly than before. We must also observe the impact of this development on persons with special needs, as it includes both advantages as well as disadvantages. The next slide, please. In our efforts, we can build on the experience of the public employment services and the knowledge within the PES network. In the past years, several studies and practices have examined how PES can support persons with disabilities. For example, in early 2020, just prior to the crisis, we published a study on how to reach out to inactive people, including those with disabilities. Moreover, last October, the Dutch Public Employment Service called on a peer review that looked at how employers could be best serviced to employ more job seekers with disabilities. You can find more resources and practices at the online knowledge center of the PES network, and I encourage you to consult it. You can find the web link on this slide. Key lessons learned on how PES can support persons with disabilities. Overall, we see through these exchanges that the challenges related to hiring people with disabilities are quite similar across the member states. Let me mention 4 of the main lessons learned. Next slide, please. First, common challenges include negative attitudes, not only among employers and PES officers, but also among people with disabilities. This can prevent employers from offering work to people with disabilities. There is a role, of course, for PES to challenge these attitudes. We have many good examples of how to do this, such as awareness and communication activities, including personal contacts with people with disabilities to increase the understanding of what it means to be disabled, showcasing inspiring examples, using employers themselves to change the narrative, and using employer communities to share experiences, and also by introducing branding to promote inclusive, socially responsible employers. Second, it is important for the public employment services to build up strong relations with employers in order to place people with disabilities in the workplace. Some success factors in this regard include providing access to clear, simple, and targeted information for employers and their own staff, engage specialized public employment services staff to get a personal and establish a personal relationship with employers, and proactive engagement with employers through personal contact, site visits, or networking events. Employers do not use public employment services as the first port of call. Hence, reaching out to them and building trust is important. Third, it's very important that placement and retention of persons with disabilities requires a careful use of the program and policy instruments that the public employment services have at their disposal. For example, acting as a role model themselves by hiring and retaining people with disabilities, providing financial subsidies and workplace adaptation, coaching on the job to support people with disabilities while at work, the use of quota systems to enhance the hiring of people with disabilities may be an effective instrument, but this is only a first step. Digital job matching tools have become a general trend in many countries. While it brings added value to employer services, the benefits for people with disabilities are questionable, given that interpersonal contact is crucial to their labor market integration. Let me mention an example from Greece, where we recently increased the subsidy rate for a special program for persons with disabilities from 70 to 90% for a 2-year period, thus giving an even stronger incentive to employers to hire unemployed persons with disabilities. And fourth, on a strategic level, supporting disabled talent requires increasing cooperation and communication with the relevant stakeholders. The experiences of people with disabilities need to be listened to when designing measures to increase their employability. We as a public employment services understand ourselves as intermediaries in a wider employment ecosystem. We can mediate between employers and people with disabilities, also to create a strong local cooperation. Again, an example that I can cite from Greece is that we recently established a working group between our organization, the Greek PES, and the National Confederation of Persons with Disabilities to create a platform with key policy and program recommendations as to how to make our programs more accessible and more effective in serving job seekers with disabilities. Finally, despite the similarities and the challenges, the approach towards a more inclusive labor market may require different tools and measures based on each member state's context. We can get inspired by the diverse existing examples. For example, the Portuguese single desks are spread across 53 local job centers where employers and workers can obtain information and guidance from PES workers that are specialized in professional rehabilitation measures. In France, the PES offers a one-stop shop dedicated to placing people with disabilities. It belongs to the French PES and offers skills development and support to employment. It also helps employers to overcome administrative burden to recruit people with disabilities. Next slide, please. As I said in the beginning, more needs to be done to lower the employment gap for people with disabilities. I am pleased that the EU disability strategy calls on EU member states to strengthen the capacities of employment services for persons with disabilities. This is, of course, a prerequisite for our work. The PES network is looking forward to contributing to the European Disability Strategy. For us, of particular importance is Flagship Initiative 5 to improve labor market outcomes of persons with disabilities jointly with the European Commission, social partners, and organizations representing persons with disabilities. This year, we are just about to launch a survey among our network on anti-discrimination. Based on the results, we will be exploring potential for mutual learning and plan to issue a practitioner toolkit for public employment services next year. We will be happy to bring in all of our knowledge to improve the labor market outcomes for disabled people. This conference is very timely as it will help us to take stock of our other stakeholders' experiences. We are looking forward to the collaboration. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Protopsalsis. Now we will move on to the second speaker of this panel, Mirko Malamaki, Executive Member from the European Women's Lobby. The floor is yours.
And on behalf of the European Women Lobby, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this very important high-level conference to discuss the European strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities, in particular issues relating to the employment situation for women with disabilities. And first of all, on behalf of the European Women Lobby, I would like to congratulate the Portuguese presidency for their strong commitment to equality between women and men. The European Women Lobby is the largest women's NGO organization in Europe, representing 2,000 women associations in Europe. And our mission is to advance the rights of all women and girls in Europe to achieve a feminist Europe. We face the sad reality that the EU we have effectively stopped advancing on equality between women and men for more than a decade. Moreover, the COVID situation has only made things worse, as our members continue to report the devastating impact of the pandemic has had and continues to have on women and girls throughout Europe. And we would like to highlight that the pandemic has also been a wake-up call, which has brought to the front the pre-existing inequalities in our societies, particularly inequalities between women and men and inequalities among women. We saw the impact of a decade of austerity and how these measures have impacted our public services, in which majority of the workers are women. It has also many places devastated the public services upon which women in general and women with disabilities in particular depend. We cannot allow this to happen again, and we now have an opportunity to address these structural issues moving forward to a post-pandemic context. So these are the challenges in which the European strategies are embedded and which urgently need to be addressed. And while we welcome the adoption of a long-term European strategy till 2030, we would like to point out that more robust and ambitious measures to address the situation of women with disabilities are urgently needed. We cannot afford to let this opportunity pass without a strong women's rights and gender equality perspective, coherent with both the EU's legal commitments, the UNCRPD, the Disability Convention, and other European strategic frameworks, especially the gender equality strategy adopted 1 year ago. All of these must talk to one another. Therefore, the EWF calls the Commission to fully include women with disabilities in the implementation of both the gender equality strategy and the implementation of the European Disability Rights Strategy. And for the purpose of today's panel, first of all, I would like to give a short overview of the situation of women with disabilities in the EU. Secondly, on the specific issue of employment for women with disabilities. And finally, I will outline our proposals to ensure that women with disabilities are an integral part of all EU strategies moving forward. There are 60 million women and girls with disabilities living in the European Union. 16% of the total population of women in the European Union, and 60 of the overall population of 100 million persons with disability. Before the pandemic, women and girls with disabilities were already at higher risk of facing discrimination, abuse, and violence compared to men with disabilities or women without disabilities. For example, women with disabilities are 2 to 5 times more likely to be victims of violence than other women, and on average, 34% of women with disabilities have experienced physical or sexual violence by a partner in their lifetime. And women and girls with intellectual disabilities are particularly exposed to violence, including specific type of violence in residential institutions. And as to the employment situation, women with disabilities face higher rates of unemployment. Only 20.7% are in full-time employment, compared to 28.6% of men with disabilities and 48% for women without disabilities. And this also translates to a higher poverty rate. Despite this large population of 60 million, it's equivalent to Italy in population size. Women and girls with disabilities continue to face multiple and intersectional discrimination in all areas of life, including socioeconomic disadvantages, low rates of employment, and high rate of poverty. And in particular, in terms of poverty, 29.5% of women with disabilities in the EU are at risk of poverty and social exclusion. And this is higher than for men with disabilities. Only 48.3% of women with disabilities are in employment, compared with 53% of men with disabilities. And these numbers are from EU Silk 2017. So in terms of full-time employment, only 20.7% of women with disabilities are in full-time employment, compared to 28.6% of men with disabilities. And this is from Gender Equality Index 2019. So the inactivity rate, the economic inactivity rate among women with disabilities is over 2/3 of the total population of women of working age. And it should be noted that this inactivity is often due to care responsibilities and not a preferred choice for many women in general, and in particular for women with disabilities. So many women drop out of the labor market to take care of for children with disabilities due to a lack of public support services and expectations that women will take on this care role. The status of women and girls with disabilities is not only worse than that of women without disabilities, but also worse than that of their male peers. This situation is due to a combination of factors, which include unpaid work and the pay gap between women and men. Women with disabilities face basic pay inequalities due to stereotypes and biases based on their sex and disability, and because employment in informal and alternative structures. This is particularly the case of women with disabilities who are working in sheltered workshops with salaries often below the minimum wage or no pay at all. Even when employed, the long life earnings of women with disabilities is lower than their male peers and women without disabilities. And the Gender Equality Institute data shows us that the difference in the EU annual average income in 2019 between women with disabilities and women without disabilities is as high as €3,000. So the reality for many women with disabilities, even in full-time or part-time employment, is in work poverty. So what are our recommendations to remedy the situation? We would like to highlight the importance of the annual Gender Equality Index, which also provides data on women with disabilities, and this resource must be used to steer policy responses to increasing and improving the employment prospects and career advancement of women with disabilities, as well as their participation in all areas of life, including political leadership. There can be no excuses. We have data and we have vibrant civil society that needs to be consulted to ensure that women with disabilities are in the driving seat. Looking forward, we propose the following. We need to increase women's participation in the labor market and to tackle women's employment pay and pension gaps, which all contribute to the feminization of poverty. So we recommend that the European Commission, in the context of implementation of the UN CRPD and the European Strategy on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, ensure that all measures and policies are gender mainstreamed and include specific measures for women and girls with disabilities, in line with Article 6 of the CRPD. And we need to ensure awareness of legal rights, including rights to work and employment, with a specific focus on accessibility and reasonable accommodation in line with the CRPD. To ensure an accessible and non-stereotyped education system and choose a field of studies for girls and women with disabilities so that they can choose their work in light of their desires and talents and not limited by inaccessibility, bias and stereotypes. Provide targeted active labor market measures for specific groups of women, including women and girls with disabilities, without jeopardizing their right to support systems and reasonable accommodation measures. To provide positive action measures in the context of the flagship initiative or the package to improve labor market outcomes for persons with disabilities in the European strategy, and to make sure that it's beneficial financially for women, including women with disabilities, to work, to change the rules on taxes and social protection rights where possible and necessary. In particular, addressing the unequal distribution of unpaid care work and the persistent gaps in pay and pensions, and ensuring that women and men become equal earners and equal carers throughout their life. And in this respect, the transposition of the 2019 European Work-Life Balance Directive is of crucial importance, and it must be monitored to ensure that the women and men with disabilities have access to and benefit from the provisions of this directive. So the pay gap needs addressing too, and we welcome the proposal for a directive on pay transparency. And this is an important positive step forward and will assist in revealing the true extent of and provide means to challenge pay discrepancy between different groups of women. So we need more in-depth study and mutual learning to grasp the extent of the gender pay gap of women with disabilities in comparison to men with disabilities and women without disabilities. So information on pay transparency must be available and accessible. And also, finally, we call for targeted measures to improve the inclusion of women and girls with disabilities in all areas of life, including mainstream education, employment and entrepreneurship, political and public life, sport and cultural life. And we expect that the European strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities will be the way forward for the next decade. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the next speaker in the hope that everything is going to work very well. So we were in Greece, then we moved to Finland, and now we are going to be here in Lisbon with the Human Resources Director from El Corte Inglés, Susana Silva. Hello, I am very glad to be here today to be able to share our best practices here at this panel. I am going to show you a brief video, and then we will come back here to the panel.
Estou muito feliz por estar cá.
I am very pleased to be here with the entire team. It's fantastic. It was brilliant. They welcomed me well. They've integrated me into the team. They're really friendly, and they help me with everything I need. I'm very glad to work here. It's an excellent experience. I fill shelves and I help clients whenever it's necessary. I really like being here and I love doing what I'm told. I love El Corte Inglés. It is a wonderful place. I love working here and everybody likes me here. They're all my friends. It is excellent and I love it. I like to work at the till. I like to deal with the public, to deal with clients and see that they are happy. I am working at El Corte Inglés for 2 years now and I like it. I have Tourette's syndrome. It's a rare illness, but I am lucky that I work with other colleagues that have their own difficulties, so they understand. It is really worth staying here. Make the effort to stay here and work here. I would like to thank the directors of El Corte Inglés for giving us this opportunity.
Isto é bocadinho das nossas pessoas especiais.
So this was a short video of the special needs employees that work with us on a daily basis. So El Corte Inglés has been in Portugal for 19 years now, and it is a private business. We work a lot on inclusion. At the moment, we have 30 different institutions that cooperate with us. We exercise very good practices and we received an award for inclusive employment in 2019, and we do hope to receive that prize once again in 2021. Now let me move on to my presentation. In our company, a retail company that works in various areas such as sales, supermarkets, retail, we are lucky because we can employ people that work in various areas. And we are able to work with other institutions that are professional and who know exactly how to fit the right type of employee for the right position in our business. So we employ adults with disabilities, and our main goal is to really humanize the entire employment atmosphere, because adults with disabilities are wonderful for the teams that receive them. They are so committed. They love solidarity. And the teams who work with them become better teams, and I feel that we become better people. It is a quality. Of course, it's not always easy. And we truly believe that associations help these adults a great deal because they are the ones who channel them to our company. And it is wonderful to have been able to cooperate with them for the past 19 years. There are challenges indeed. but they are challenges that we want to overcome. We have been working on inclusion for 19 years now, and at the time, nobody used to work in that area. At the moment, we are working with people with a Down syndrome and people who have certain developmental problems, for instance, and the teams that receive them are trained for that. And although there are challenges indeed, it is a truly gratifying task. So our culture of inclusion at El Corte Inglés has been present for 19 years now. We build the capacities of our employees. Whether it be those who receive the adults with special needs or not, we organize workshops to which we invite our partners who present best practices and tell us a lot about how to deal with issues when working and in the company. And we have been acting as a model for inclusion, and over the past years, we have been communicating our methods to other companies so that they can learn from our experience. We try to work in a truly aligned fashion, and if we didn't do that, it would be problematic. Our board provides support, limitless support, that is, to the staff with disabilities, and we receive many interns because we feel that we are in a position to help. And receiving people with disabilities in a team should not be seen as a problem, and that is why we focus a lot on support and on valuing people's qualities. We must say that we are pleased to have done the work that we have done over the last 19 years in terms of inclusion, but this has only been possible thanks to our partners, because they are the ones who have trained the adults with disabilities or with special needs to be employable, and they provide us with support as well as these individuals. So without such institutions, we would not be where we are now. And even on the day we sign the contract, these institutions and associations remain present and available for support. And I feel that, or we feel as a company, that this type of work is very important in society. On a daily basis, of course, we need to adjust the work positions to the people who are fulfilling the tasks. So there is a support on a technical level. There are also assessments of the various work posts that are carried out. There is monitoring to see if the new employees are adapting well. And we really want to thank our partners for cooperating with us. Now I would like to give you a last sentence from Boaventura de Souza Santos, who wrote a book about We Are All Allowed to Be Equal. And it says, we are allowed to be equal when differences makes us feel weaker, and we are allowed to be different when equality is an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Boaventura Souza was a very well-known sociologist here in Portugal. And thank you very much for telling us about the important role played by private businesses in collaboration with NGOs and other public bodies. Now we are going to move on to the next speaker, and it is Per Hilmarsson, Deputy General Secretary from ETUC. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. The integration of persons with disabilities at the labour market and combating discrimination at work is a priority for the European trade union movement. The European Trade Union Confederation, the ETUC, and its member organizations contributed to the development and implementation of the last EU strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, and we warmly welcome the new strategy. And I'm happy to be here today to present the views of the ETUC on the strategy, in particular the employment aspects. The strategy makes a strong case for EU member states to further implement the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is built on the principles of non-discrimination and equality. It sets out the obligations of states to promote, protect, and ensure the rights of persons with disabilities, with strong commitments on employment. But the situation in the European labour market is very difficult, I would say dire, for persons with disabilities, with an employment rate of 48% in comparison to 74% for the general population. Women and young people with disabilities has even lower employment rates. And these figures do not give an insight into the quality of employment, or even if it's in the open labour market or in sheltered workshops. We believe the EU disability strategy needs to address this and the current social and economic European context, considering the extremely difficult situation for people with disabilities in the framework of the health and economic crisis resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. We therefore call for a swift implementation of the strategy and of effective measures, providing for quality jobs for workers with disabilities. We look forward to engage in negotiations with the European Commission and with the European employers organizations on the design of the policy package that has been announced for next year to improve labour market outcomes of persons with disabilities. And we welcome the consultation with the social partners as anticipated in the strategy, and that the package will be built upon the employment guidelines. We also look forward to the proposal for a European disability card. For the further work on promoting the rights of persons with disabilities, the ETUC has set out several priorities and demands, and I will mention a few of them. EU member states should fully implement the right to inclusive and mainstream education. They should guarantee accessibility and inclusion of further education and lifelong learning, ensure accessibility and support when needed in EU funding programs such as Erasmus+. The member states need to step up the fight against discrimination. Ambitious steps are needed to stop the practice of paying workers with disabilities below minimum wage. It's also important to enforce the existing EU directives on non-discrimination in employment, with a particular focus on non-discrimination to access of employment through recruitment. And the EU strategy should provide for the use of EU funds for facilitating the inclusion of persons with disabilities at the labour market, including investing in professional training. Workers with disabilities resulting from an accident should be granted support for re-employment, continuing employment or an equivalent job without loss of the working conditions enjoyed before the injury. Such schemes should also apply to those who may temporarily interrupt their job to take care of a disabled person. Member states should take appropriate steps to guarantee that persons with disabilities have effective access to general, technical, and vocational guidance programs, placement services, and vocational and continuing training. Specific efforts should be made to guarantee full accessibility and inclusion of women with disabilities in vocational education and training programs. And workers with disabilities should be granted the transfer of entitlements of a support service when moving to another EU country. And in the case of sheltered workshops, persons with disabilities should at least be assured the legal status equivalent to labour rights of people working in open working environments. This would also include the application of the respective collective agreement for the economic sector. Efforts should also be undertaken to train and support workers to transition towards the open labour market. And compatibility between income from employment and disability benefits should also be strongly encouraged in member states. Disability benefits exist to compensate the extra cost with a disability and should not be lost once a person starts working. The incompatibility of salary and benefits is a form of discrimination that denies persons with disabilities of their right to improve their financial situation through employment and puts them at heightened risk of in-work poverty. Moreover, a preventive approach should be taken when supporting the recruitment and return to work of persons with disabilities. This could be through integrated pathways, combining occupational safety and health provisions with various forms of employability measures, such as individualized support counseling, guidance, access to general and vocational education and training, and the lack of recognition of mental injuries as occupational disease and disabilities resulting from these injuries must also be addressed. We also call on member states to strengthen obligations for offering reasonable adaptation of the workplace for workers with a disability. This should include the use of digital and electronic tools and equipment to support workers with disabilities to carry out their work. Maintaining personal support and medical treatment for workers with disabilities should not be stopped as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic, with full observation, of course, of the occupational safety and health of the personal assistant. And the implementation of the strategy should be facilitated by EU funding, such as the ESF+, to increase the resources that member states allocate to equal opportunities, infrastructure inclusion, and activation measures in the open labour markets. No reduction should be made in the provision of economic benefits as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And to monitor developments, it's also important with accurate and periodical statistics. It should be collected at EU level to monitor the employment rates of people with disabilities, categorized by gender and type of disability, and including information about the disability pay gap. The strategy should also support campaigns on raising awareness of the barriers still faced by persons with disabilities. And last but not least, trade unions should be regularly consulted on the integration policies pursued at national, sectoral, and company level. And social partners need to be involved in the drafting of new or revised legislation and policy measures. There are several good examples of this and of sectoral collective agreements and other joint social partners' actions. So many thanks again for the invitation, and congratulations to the Portuguese EU presidency for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Muito obrigado pela intervenção.
Thank you very much. This is the last speaker before moving on to item number 4 on our agenda. We started in Lisbon, then we went to Greece, we've been to Finland, we've been to Sweden or Brussels, and so on. Now we are going to listen to our last speaker of this session, who is in Slovenia. He is the Minister of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities in Slovenia, and he is in Ljubljana, from where he is going to be speaking to us, the last stop on our European trip. Janez Cigler-Klarš, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you today at the high-level video conference on the European strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities. I believe the strategy represents an important step towards a more inclusive society. Slovenia devotes special attention to the full enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of persons with disabilities, their equal participation in the society and the labor market, as well as their access to goods and services. We strongly support the European Commission's efforts to improve the quality of employment of persons with disabilities. With the adoption of the Vocational Rehabilitation and Employment of Disabled Persons Act, Slovenia has guaranteed the right to vocational rehabilitation and other employment-related rights of persons with disabilities. The purpose of the Act is to improve the employability of persons with disabilities and to ensure their equal participation in the labor market by eliminating barriers and creating equal opportunities. This act also aims to increase employment opportunities for workers with disabilities in times of crisis, such as the past economic recession or the current COVID-19 pandemic. With mechanisms such as the quota system, the Act ensures the effectiveness of information sharing and awareness raising among employers regarding the work integration of persons with a disability status, as well as the gradual growth of the number of employed persons with disabilities. We believe it is especially important to monitor and stabilize these phenomena during the times of crisis. We are happy to observe that the number of subsidized employments is already increasing every year, and employers are increasingly better informed and more socially responsible. Dear colleagues, Slovenia will continue with its activities to achieve a greater success at accessibility of employment to persons with disabilities. During our presidency, we will continue to support the activities within the EU to increase the social integration and job opportunities of persons with disabilities, as well as to improve the regulation of all disability-related issues. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. With these final comments, we can close this session. It allowed us to listen to the various viewpoints from different players, whether they be public players or private associations or businesses who work with people with disabilities. We were able to hear about associations' work, civil society's work, and the best practices of large businesses who work with people with disabilities. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the moderator and to the speakers in the thematic session number 3. Now we are going to move on to thematic session number 4, inclusive education. We are going to be listening to the Deputy Minister for Education, João Costa. He will be the moderator. Then we will listen to Eloy Pires, Head of Brussels Office, Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education, followed by David Rodrigues, National Councillor for Education in Portugal. Then Elizabeth Gosme, Director of COFACE Families Europe, followed by Barbara Janta, Senior Analyst at RAND, and Sophie Cluzel, the Minister of State for Disabled People. Mr. João Costa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to take part in this workshop, and particularly to be able here to hold a panel session on education, looking at the strategy for the rights of those who are disabled. These are human rights that we're talking about, and we've always got to talk about inclusion, and human rights that we're talking about, we're always talking about democracy. The history or the story of the democracies is linked, of course, with inclusion. There's always a group that is excluded, whatever the conditions or whoever have decided to exclude them. There's always something to be done in consolidating democracy. I would also like to think that we can all count on one another. Inclusion is not a task just for the state, nor for a group of people, nor for academics, nor for just technical people, but it is a task also for those who are excluded and who are fighting for their rights. Include means to become part of. To include means to draw people in. And this is why inclusion is a responsibility for all of us. It's not just for those that we're going to include. We also have the obligation to include. Apart from the strategy, we are also aware that the Erasmus Plus program that was launched here last week includes also in its priorities the work that needs to be done so that all schools in Europe throughout the whole EU will also embrace inclusion as a fact and not just as something that is a rather vague objective, but is something that arises on a particular day, on the day when we actually celebrate human rights and inclusion and those who are disabled. The process that we have been developing also here in Portugal, and also with the publication with new legislation, is an ambitious one. Inclusion implies ambition. It implies a non-conformity, and it also involves optimism. We have to look around, see who is not with us, draw them in, want to draw them in, do actually draw them in, and do what is possible. And to this end, just as in other educational systems throughout the world, and also in our European Union, we have tried to design local strategies, national strategies that, of course, will take principles into practice. And I would like to say that in Portugal, we have fairly recent legislation. It's not even 3 years old yet, and we're still at the difficult stage of putting things into practice, but it assumes very clear principles. First of all, the actual concept of inclusion is included. To be included in the educational process means that if you're not included, you don't have access to the curriculum. You're not at school, but we need to have people learning in school. Because of a disablement means that it may be due to a language, or it may be economic, it may be because someone is a refugee. This is something that leads to exclusions, and this we must avoid. This is why we believe in having a policy for integration and for the inclusion of all that is not predefined. This is a curriculum for those who have and those who have not. We believe in determining the curriculum that can be adapted, is flexible to the specific needs of each one, without creating ghettos in schools, without creating ghettos in the classroom. This is why we need resources, we need investment in this area, but also we need to look at the school as a space where we're all responsible for inclusion. The school library contributes towards inclusion, every teacher, and not just the teacher who handles special needs pupils. This, again, everyone is involved, and also all must be called to include. If there's a colleague who has a disability problem, because as individuals and citizens, we know that the more diverse we are, the richer we are. And the world would be rather dull and rather gray if we didn't have all the characteristics and personalities and colors that we share. To this end, when we think about inclusive education, we're not just thinking about separate classrooms, separate schools, or people separated. We are thinking of a collective growth, moving together, using all resources available. And if not designed initially for inclusion, then they have to be adapted. The fund asks a simple question, which is, in my community or in my school, who am I going to be addressing as needing inclusion? During the pandemic, it's the public agents and also the school. We know that together we can all be agents of inclusion. This work that we've been doing, greatly inspired and supported by the European Agency for Inclusive Education, is work that looks to approaches at several levels, not just approaches that are predefined. There are approaches in which there may not be pupils for inclusion. It's all pupils, and all means all. And this is why we are adapting educational strategies with measures that serve for all, and also with measures that reveal themselves to be necessary for a few. There's no one who cannot learn. There is no one who cannot learn. And if that's the case, then there is no one that is going to be excluded from the assessment process and the certification process. We're all different. And this is why we all have different capacities and skills, but all of them have value if they're well used and if they are well encouraged. If not, we are not backing everyone. Everyone can go further, and everyone can indeed go further. We believe in that. The first member of the panel who's going to speak to us knows that an inclusive curriculum involves everyone and takes them to the limits of their capacities. This means we have to think, to plan, and to define policies, as I was saying, that are practical, with the necessary resources, with a clear plan for monitoring all of this, and assuming, as our strategy says, when we talk about inclusion, we are talking about human rights. And this is why, in times when unfortunately there's a great deal of discourse on their part and our part, only in this way can we build this social pillar of our European Union. If once and for all we have the courage to say it is us, we have to act and not them. This is why we need to reflect in building educational systems that will do the impossible and not just the possible. It is easy to say it's not possible and that someone is not going to achieve, but we know that we've already had good experience of the fact that there is the possibility people can achieve. When some years ago, when I was talking to a journalist, when we changed our legislation to have greater participation of our pupils in the classroom, he said, will it be possible? Will they manage to do that? Is the school ready for that? Will the parents accept this? And we chatted about this, and quickly we came to the conclusion that the arguments that today sustain the fact that those who have difficulties and are not included are the same that were used in the past, that women couldn't vote. They were not capable. Society wasn't ready. And that Black people couldn't go to white schools because the school wasn't adapted, because they didn't have the capacity and they weren't going to manage this. And this is why we need not just teachers, but we need those who can do and who look to all of this with optimism. It's a great pleasure to be present at this panel session. You know who's going to be speaking, and the Minister of State from France will give some closing remarks at the end of our panel discussions. Now I will give the floor to the first person who's going to speak, David Rodrigues, National Councillor for Education, and he's also from the University of Lisbon, National Councillor for Education in Portugal, and one of the big minds that think about inclusive education in Portugal and throughout the world. Thank you.
No.
Acho que posso tirar a máscara. Muito boa tarde Queria cumprimentar todos os participantes neste painel, queria cumprimentar também o nosso moderador, o Sr. Secretário de Estado.
Yes, I would like to thank the participants and the moderator for having invited me, as well as the Portuguese presidency. It is wonderful to be here to speak about an important social pillar for the European Union. And it is important that Portugal and the European Union discuss these matters despite our fight against the pandemic. There is no way we can lower our guard when it comes to defending the rights of our citizens. In terms of inclusiveness, we often face the problem of the definition of inclusiveness and inclusion. On an international level, there is a term or an agreement, a consensus on what inclusive education is. Basically, we need to now ask ourselves how we can make progress from what we are now towards a more harmonized, a more streamlined situation and a system that is truly inclusive. How can this change occur? Well, this change is necessary. Nobody has called this into question. Everybody in Europe, everybody in the world knows that education requires urgent, in-depth modifications in order to be able to provide support to everybody in our society. In Portugal, we have made some interesting experiences regarding inclusive education, as has been mentioned by the former speaker. For 50 years now, we have been working on the matter, and the fact of the matter is that it takes time for a system to evolve towards a truly inclusive system. 99% of young people with disabilities are going to normal schools in Portugal. 7,500 educators are employed for this purpose, and there are approximately 700 centers that provide support to students with disabilities or special needs. We truly believe that the support should be given to these students at school and within the framework of normal schooling. Yes, they can get additional time and additional support, but it must not be separate. There are two fundamental values to take into account here. Number one, equity. What is equity? Equity is when somebody is treated equally, independently of their social backgrounds and of their educational backgrounds. This is something that is fundamental. The conditions in which somebody is born should not determine their education. Secondly, inclusion is fundamental. Every single student in Portugal should feel like he or she belongs to the educational system and that it be very diverse. Now, in order to move towards more inclusive education systems, there is a lot of work to be done. First of all, on the level of legislation, the country has to commit to meeting its objectives. It needs to truly commit by means of legislation to inclusive education. This is crucial. Now, a second point is that resources should be provided to schools. it is necessary that the commitment of the state take tangible form in funding and support to schools. So these two aspects, legislation and resources, are fundamental for the day-to-day operation of schools. And there are several issues that are fundamental to take into consideration when creating a more inclusive educational system. First of all teachers and all schools should provide inclusive education. Sometimes people say, oh, the inclusion should be on the level of special schools or schools for special needs students. And I say no. All teachers are responsible for inclusion and should receive support in order to be efficient and good teachers on the level of inclusion. Secondly, the curriculum of schools has to be flexible. The curriculum cannot be completely rigid. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all, i.e. how a student begins, how a student studies, and then how a student ends in the system. No, that cannot work in an inclusive system. Thirdly, innovation. We need to innovate our educational practices. Why? Because if we continue using the methods that we used before, then we will continue staying in the same position. The status quo will never change. So it is clear that we require innovation, welcome innovation, and implement innovation. So, for example, project work, the inclusion of student debate time or dialogue time is fundamental. Next, an efficient support system for all students should be available, independently of their competences. Sometimes, as it has been seen until present, by the time support is provided to students who find themselves in difficulty, it's too late. And so some support systems should be integrated in schools that provide the necessary support to students in due time. This is not in order to segregate the students. No, it is in order to provide them with the support that they need and prevent dropout and other problems. Then finally, we have another aspect that is important, and that is a culture of tolerance and acceptance. Independently of where students come from, who they are, what they look like, and so on, all students must be respected. This is fundamental in the context of inclusion. It is also important to take into account what the students themselves say. It is important to take into consideration what they say and what they express, and that it be considered relevant in the context of the construction of an inclusive system. Portugal is not an example, it's not a model, but we can be an inspiration. Why? Portugal is setting up inclusive policies, and it is doing so without having a negative impact on school success rates. So the inclusive policies have allowed good progress on the level of international assessments. The international assessments have demonstrated that there has been no change in terms of negative impacts of inclusiveness. And then again, innovation is necessary. The more inclusive we are, the more innovative we can be, and the more we can move towards a form of schooling that is in line with the needs of today. The social pillar of human rights is crucial for Europe so that Europe can become a space of solidarity and justice. Inclusive education aims to demonstrate that everybody is indispensable for a truly humane, democratic, and just society. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rodrigues, for your very inspiring and pragmatic presentation. It is easy for us to really be proud of the fact that greater inclusion in schools has not led to any form of negative impact on international assessments. And if we leave some behind, then we will not be able to move ahead. I also think that what you said about giving a greater voice to students is important, because it also promotes empathy and a true school that is inclusive for all. Now, I am going to be given the floor to Elizabeth Gosler. I am glad that this speaker has been able to come here, because it is an association that can share very interesting experiences with us. And yes, I am sorry that I did not greet you in the beginning. My apologies, madam. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can I get a sign? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you, dear Chair. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. I'm here on behalf of Conferência Families Europe. For those of you who do not know us, we are a European civil society network representing and supporting families of all types without discrimination across 23 countries. We work on a broad range of areas affecting family life, including inclusive education, through actions driven by our Conferência Disability platform for the rights of persons with disabilities and their families. First of all, a word about the Conferência position on inclusive education. There have been numerous studies demonstrating that inclusive education is beneficial to all. Children with disabilities learn better and faster than in segregated or isolated education settings, and the social and emotional skills of all are lifted. Inclusive education breaks down barriers and creates fully inclusive and diverse socialization settings for children, fostering acceptance and lowering discrimination. Inclusion is not only the integration of children with disabilities in the mainstream education system, but also requires a shift in practices, a shift in approaches, and adaptations of the physical school environment. We need to work with families and professionals to change mentalities. In 2019, Conferência Disability developed the Shift Guide to boost debates about a human rights-based and meaningful inclusion of persons with disabilities in all areas of society, based on 45 actions in 5 complementary areas. S for support. H for human rights, I for independence, F for families, and T for society transition. It is through this shift lens that we developed our position on inclusive education in 2020. Let me refer to some of our recommendations. S for support. Member states must reform their education systems to ensure that children with disabilities have access to all levels of education in equal conditions with others. Member states should adopt and implement strategies for inclusive education, redefine budgetary allocations, including specific budgets for tools and bodies to develop inclusive education. They should monitor inclusive education and regularly collect data, possibly disaggregated by disability type. H for human rights. Member states must ensure that all teachers are trained on inclusive education based on the UN CRPD. I for independence. Member states must implement or introduce legislation based on the social model of disability that fully complies with Article 24 of the UN CRPD and allocate sufficient financial support to mainstream education settings for inclusive environments and reasonable accommodation, according to the capacities and needs of the students living in the community. F for families. Member states must fund and implement early intervention, including early identification and assessment of the needs of children with disabilities and of parents, and inclusive education settings starting from early childhood education and care. T for transition. Member states must remove barriers to inclusive education for pupils with disabilities. They should ensure the development and delivery of training to inform all relevant authorities on their responsibilities under the law and to provide an understanding of the rights of persons with disabilities. The European Union also has a fundamental role to play in driving a meaningful shift towards inclusive education, and the 2021-2030 European Disability Rights Strategy represents a positive evolution on the way the European Commission envisions its role in fostering the full inclusion of persons with disabilities and their families in the European Union. But can the new strategy drive a real societal shift in Europe towards inclusive education? Despite the commitment in 2010 of the European Union and all its member states to implementing the UN CRPD, barriers remain in most aspects of education for children with disabilities. All across Europe, these children are denied their right to education. Many do not access education. Many do in special schools, segregated from their peers. The Conferência Disability Platform urges the EU and national governments not to waste more time and take on the legal obligation they have committed themselves to years ago. Commissioner Dalli said, "Inclusive classrooms are the building blocks for inclusive societies." We at Conferência Families Europe could not agree more. The push for independent living and inclusive societies goes hand in hand with increased efforts on inclusive education to give children with disabilities a great start in life. As such, we welcome the ambition of the new European Disability Rights Strategy to support inclusive and accessible education at all levels, with a special focus on inclusive early childhood education and care. The proposed toolkit in the strategy to be published in 2021 will be very helpful, and we are keen to help co-create the toolkit, also providing good practice examples. The role of the European Commission in supporting member states' teacher training programs is also appreciated, as well as the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the advancement of the EU skills agenda and the European education area. We call on the European Union to go further and explore the dynamics between education and long-term care, also from the family carer's point of view, who might look for support in their informal care for family members with disabilities, or support to reintegrate the formal paid economy. European actions on inclusive education must also take into account the impact of the rapid digitalization of education in the last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Following online classes is complicated for everyone, even more for children with hearing disabilities, who often communicate in oral language, up to 97% in the case of Spain, and rely on lip reading and assistive technologies. Of course, closed captions help, but students have to rely a lot on their parents. Accessible online learning is an additional challenge in achieving fully inclusive education. Yet even fully accessible online learning in itself does not constitute reasonable accommodation and will never replace the benefits of being in a classroom where interactions with other children are encouraged. And in the great majority of the cases, online learning could lead to further segregation of students and strains on family carers. With this in mind, the European Union, in the framework of the European Disability Rights Strategy, should foster a comprehensive collection of data for inclusive education across a number of target groups, including learners with disabilities, through the European semester process with specific indicators in the social scoreboard for a full implementation of Principle 1 of the European Pillar of Social Rights on education, training and lifelong learning. The new Disability Rights Strategy promises an increased effort to collect data and also a data strategy, although no timing was suggested for this, which is regrettable. The strategy must facilitate the exchange of policies and practices among countries and stakeholders with the aim of facilitating the transition towards inclusive education and improve the accessibility of persons with disabilities of its education programs and actions, such as Erasmus+. The strategy must contribute to the achievement of inclusive education systems via EU funding programs, including the EASY program, Erasmus+, ESF+, InvestEU, and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. These funds can support the transition to fully inclusive education by boosting the capacity of different stakeholders to test and upscale new ways of working to meet the obligations of the UNCRPD Article 24 on inclusive education. Furthermore, the regulations applying to funds should be in line with the UNCRPD principles and funds directed to the transition towards inclusive education. COFACE Families Europe and the COFACE Disability Platform for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and their Families will keep advocating at all levels so this strategy contributes to shaping the European Union of equality promised by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We thank very much the Portuguese presidency for putting inclusive education high on their political agenda and hope the future Slovenian and French presidencies of the EU will continue to put inclusive education and inclusive societies at the heart of their mandates to drive a real shift for children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Gozmi. There was, I announced Eloy Rebolo, but then there was a sudden shift and transition in the program. There's absolutely no problem because as we heard before, we are talking about flexibility in order to accommodate inclusion. So I thank you very much. I didn't have the chance to introduce Elizabeth, but as she herself explained, she's director of COFACE Families Europe, and your words were very important, not only for us to have the voice of parents and those who have an integrated and global view on the needs of the children, but also for all these recommendations and this word that was very clear. You made it very clear that we need to go, we need to achieve this transition from integration into inclusion. And this has to go beyond the strategies. It has to become real life for all these children. There was another message that was important, was the mention to time. We can't wait. We can't wait to be ready. Inclusion is an emergency for all of those who are excluded. So thank you so much for this. E agora, não sei porque é que
So now, I don't know why I was speaking English. It must have been contagion. I picked it up. However, now I'm going to introduce Elroy Rebolo from the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education. I'm completely lost in translation now. However, jumping from language to another, inclusion is part of Europe in any case. So Eloy, you have the floor, sir.
Muito obrigado, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
And now I'm switching into English. And thank you again for your very pertinent introductory remarks. And I would also like to thank the Portuguese presidency of the European Union for inviting the agency to this important event, and also to thank the other participants. I think that what it has been said so far, we are sharing a similar vision on inclusive education, and this is good, very, very good. I would like to share with you a PowerPoint that will accompany my speech. I will hope that is short. Can you let me know if you can see it? I think so. Okay, so so first of all, as you all know, inclusive and accessible education is among the priorities of this new strategy, and the Agency of Special Needs and Inclusive Education is mentioned on it, and we are very happy that the strategy mentioned us by saying that the agency supports education policies because we have the knowledge. So what I will try to summarize in these minutes is what is the agency and its mission, what is our position of education, and some remarks on the situation of inclusive education in Europe, and what is our contribution to the implementation of this new strategy 2130. So the agency is an independent organization that acts as a platform for collaboration for the ministries of education for 31 countries. And our mission is to help countries to improve their inclusive education policy and practice for all learners. And when I mean all learners, it's not only children with disabilities, but all learners means also migrants, talented. Here in the screen, you can see the countries that belong to the agency, and what is the work context, what we focus on. So all the projects and activities that are identified in the agency are done via the agency representatives as being priority for the countries. Also, all the agency activities are in alignment with EU priorities and objectives for education. Our approach is a multi-stakeholder approach, combining perspectives on policy, practice, and research. We are not only looking at policy, but also research and practice, and we try to combine these three parts of the debate. So we try to be a collective voice through the cooperation of member countries, and to create a platform for peer learning, facilitating self-review and experience exchange. What we don't want to do is to compare countries too much. sorry for the joke, but we are not a Eurovision Song Contest. And what we try to do is learning from each other. We think that that is the best way of improving things. Learn from each other. So, as I said, all our activities are in line with the European Union priorities, but also, and I think that's an important point to mention, with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So what we try to do is look at the policies of the member countries and say, well, this should be, or this could be done in another way, which is more in line with the convention and the EU priorities. So I think we all agree that all European countries are committed to working towards ensuring more inclusive education systems, but they do so in different ways, depending on their past and current context and stories. So the agency is sharing a vision on inclusive education, and this vision says that all learners are provided with educational opportunities, high quality educational opportunities in their local community alongside their peers. And the effective implementation of inclusive education systems is a shared responsibility of all. And that means students, teachers, parents, and decision makers. That's what we try in the agency, is to listen to all the stakeholders in our work. So I think I should add here what our focus in our organization. We have left the discussion on what is inclusive education exactly. And we have also left the debate, we skipped the debate why it is needed. Our focus now is on how do we implement inclusive education. So what is inclusive education for us? So inclusive education is a process. It's not a state. Enabling, learning and active participation of learners is a continuous task. Also, instead of focusing on individual support that often is based on medical diagnosis, the system should provide support to schools to increase their capability to respond to learners' diverse needs without the need of categorize or label them. This is the agency position. What is not inclusive education for us? The agency work has shifted from special needs education and issues around meeting the identified learning needs of a minority of learners to inclusive education as providing quality education for all learners, from the most to the least able. So we divide the main 3 levels that should be taken care of when talking about inclusive education. So first, legislation underpinned by a fundamental commitment to ensuring every learner's right to inclusive and equitable educational opportunities. Then policy, providing a clear vision and conceptualization of inclusive education as an approach for improving the educational opportunities of all learners. And finally, operational structures and processes, guided by the principles of equity, effectiveness, efficiency, and raising achievements for all system stakeholders. So we do thematic projects on various areas, from early intervention, child intervention, to transition questions and so on. One of the recent activities we do is the country policy review and analysis, CPRA, as you can see in the screen, and to look at the legislation and policy and to give feedback about how the policy and the legislation is constructed. We also have a huge data bank on statistics in European countries, and we assist countries now actively in changing their legislation under the umbrella of the Structural Support Program, SRSP, of the DG reform in the European Commission. We are now currently working, as Mr. Costa said, with Portugal, but also with Poland and Cyprus to look at the current legislation and to move it in a way that is more inclusive, and also with Greece and Czech Republic analyzing existing weaknesses in their systems, but also strengths, and giving priority to actions and advice to them. And finally, we are also working with the European schools and in a formative evaluation on the implementation of their action plan on educational support and inclusive education. So we are very proud of the fact that some of our findings are being implemented in policy and also in practice. We have numerous examples of countries that changed policies or adopted new policies based on the outcomes of our work in the past years, which makes a change for the daily life of the school children. So we give our countries feedback on where they are in the process of inclusive education based on the information that we already have from our projects. So we are giving countries sort of a mirror where they are in terms of progress to inclusive education. So here you have some statistical data on the percentage of learners in compulsory schools with an official decision of special educational needs for primary and secondary education. So the rates range go from 1% to 25%, and the total average for the 31 countries is 4.75%, as you can see. So for all the countries, the operational definition of an official decision has been applied for this data collection. However, some countries have different types of official definitions on special educational needs, and they highlighted when providing the data that countries have different forms of official decision making, often relating to differing mechanisms for accessing additional resources to meet special educational needs. Here you have also the percentage of learners with an official decision of special educational needs in fully separate educational settings for primary and secondary education. And you can see that there are some countries in bold that these countries provided data only for separate special schools. For the rest, they provided data for fully separate setting, means separate special schools and special classes in mainstream schools where learners spend 80% or more of their time. So some reflections or lessons from our work so far. We had hearings in the past years where we gather learners with sometimes very severe disabilities to express their wishes, their views, and future demands to policymakers directly. To ministers, to European Union officials, to us. And they said that inclusive education is basically a human right discussion. And it starts with a mindset that it's everybody's right to belong. And that's their message. And they said, of course, they need teachers who have the skills, competencies, resources, and attitudes, but it should be in an inclusive setting. So the question is, how do we cope with diversity in the classroom? And that is it's a school organizational question. It's not only a classroom question. It's not a curriculum question. It's a school organization question. Also, belonging is key. If you belong, you feel better, you learn better, and your well-being is better. Heterogeneous grouping is the only way forward. What is good for learners with special educational needs is good for all learners. Peer tutoring, team teaching, heterogeneous grouping. Finance inclusion and not segregation. And finally, what do we say to special education schools? We say, you do a good job, but in the wrong place. please bring services to the child in the classroom, but not the child to the service. So what is the agency contribution for the implementation of this new strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities, 2130? So to summarize, we are supporting EU member states, as I already explained, on the development of inclusive schools and inclusive systems. Secondly, we are ensuring that member states' education systems comply with the EU and UNCRPD priorities on inclusive education. And third, we are supporting the European schools on the implementation of the action plan on educational support and inclusive education. That is also a priority that is mentioned in the new strategy. So to conclude, we believe that inclusive education leads to more democratic and fair societies because we are used to having difference in our environment. We get tolerance, we learn from each other, and this is an asset for everyone. Inclusive education, as I already said, is about human rights. We are equal, we are all different. And that is something that we should celebrate and we should not try to categorize. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Eloy, pela excelente apresentação, por este olhar de uma agência que...
Thank you very much, Eloy, for giving us this view of the agency that is encouraging collaboration and working together, and also encouraging a kind of apprenticeship among our different countries. And particularly, thank you very much for stimulating this internal review of our politics and of our thinking, and particularly of our practices. This message has come up in the different speakers before, this question of policies of integration, policies of inclusion, and this is a key message. And I always remember when we began working on this legislative change in Portugal, it was a physical chemistry teacher that said to me that from her experience with a handicapped child, but she taught the whole program of physics and chemistry to this pupil, and the pupil learned from her wheelchair, and the handicap or the disability was not then a handicap, and the other pupils realized that what was possible. The major question that comes to mind is how inclusion cannot be bought in a package in the supermarket. Inclusion is built, and it's built on the experience of each of us, and this dimension of sharing and also integrating policies is essential, because in the educational context, if the curriculum is not inclusive, then there will be no inclusion. That is, we need time and curricular space for this flexibility to happen. I will now move on to the last speaker of this panel, Barbara Ianta, who is from RAND. She's done a great deal of work on civil society and also a lot of thought and reflection on these different matters, and also on what it is to build political strategies that are inclusive. So Barbara, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to present at today's event. May I please ask you to put my slides on? Okay, great. So my name is Barbara Ianta. I'm a senior analyst at RAND Europe. RAND is a not-for-profit organization that helps improve policies and decision-making through research and analysis. Our work is to provide research services for a range of organizations, including European institutions. And in this context, I'm presenting today on the findings of two studies that I had the opportunity to lead over the last year or so. Can I have the next slide, please? So the first study is the project European Platform for Investing in Children. As part of this project, we inter alia develop policy memos, and I'm presenting today on one policy memo focusing on inclusive education. And the second study that I want to present today are the findings from the Child Participation in EU Political and Democratic Life study. And what is important is that the second study has been conducted together with children. We have conducted focus groups with children across 10 member state countries, and children had this opportunity, quite unique opportunity, I have to say, to express their views, how they see participation, how they see inclusion, and what is important to them. Can I have the next slide, please? So the publications that I'm presenting today, those studies are available in the public sphere. So if you are interested, you can download them, and they are available for free on the European Commission website. Can I have the next slide, please? So let's first pause on what inclusive education is. The previous speakers have already outlined quite a range of definitions that might be applied. When we were working on this short policy memo, we applied reviewing various sources, we applied the definition that inclusion is a process, as the previous speaker was also saying. It's a process that helps to overcome barriers limiting the presence, participation, and achievement in learning. And there is a clear link between quality education and inclusion, as inclusion promotes quality education, and inclusion is also considered at every component of quality, meaning it's considered at the outcome level, processes, and structural aspects at setting, school level, community, and regional national levels. And the reviewed evidence is very clear that inclusion is associated with as good or even slightly better quality when we compare inclusive versus non-inclusive settings, and that inclusion is associated with positive outcomes for both special needs children and other children, school children, and that inclusion may also promote well-being in young children, and this is perceived by staff and parents. Can we have the next slide, please? So this would be very brief. It's when we focus on outcomes, how inclusion improves outcome is about applying a child-centered approach and focusing on the needs, abilities, and capacities of all children. Next slide, please. When we think about processes, I think we are one slide behind. Yes, processes is about the child-centered approach, focusing on the needs, abilities, and capacities of children. Next slide, please. When we think about structure, it's about the setting at school level. It's about supporting, so parents supporting their children's learning, and teachers welcoming, providing a welcoming approach to make children part of the system. Next slide, please. When we think about the structure and community level, it's about having a clear and common vision across all stakeholders for inclusion, having commitment of all those stakeholders to involve staff, family, and a broader range of actors, and to have this collaboration and cooperation with all stakeholders. And finally, next slide, please. When we think about structure, regional and national level, it's about making sure that inclusive education is high on the policymakers' agenda and that we apply a coordinated approach. Because inclusive school is a school where every child is welcome, every parent is involved, and every teacher is valued. These are the core principles that guide inclusive education. So let me now move on next slide, please, on the findings from the child participation study, child participation in political and democratic life. So this was a unique opportunity for us to conduct this study with children, as I have already mentioned, but this also happened during the pandemic, and we faced several challenges. And during the study, we noted how important technology is, and in my reporting on some of the findings from this study, I would like to focus on this particular aspect, how digital participation can be inclusive and what aspects we might need to consider and think through when applying digital approaches to inclusive education. So as we have all noticed, there has been a shift towards using online technologies and digital learning platforms and tools for education, participation, and social interactions. And these created multiple opportunities to enhance learning, to improve, maybe to provide opportunities for social contact, peer-to-peer support, and inclusion of otherwise isolated children into community. This also provided for us during the study, but also at the wider scale to gather views of all children. But inevitably, the pandemic also highlighted that not all children have this equitable access to digital technologies, digital skills, or the internet. Next slide, please. And there are two key challenges that we identify in the study that I would like to focus on. The first one is the infrastructure and support structures. So our study shows clearly that access to IT equipment and internet wasn't clearly equitable for all children, that it's also about having access to safe and quiet space. It is also about time frame before online learning became available and the time gap between when lockdown restrictions were put in place and when digital learning became available. Our study also points to the competing homeschooling and education demands of working parents and the additional pressures that digital learning put on parents and families. What we have also noted in our study is that there has not been very much of a coordinated regional national approach, and the practical solutions were very often implemented at the school level. What our children were very keen to report on was about how they were not included in decisions related to COVID and the provision of education to them, and they were not part of those discussions about how education was provided during this period. What other stakeholders also reported to us is about the availability, or rather inavailability, of support services and specialized services of children organizations, as well as the lack of resources such as funding, effort, and expertise to include and support vulnerable children. Next slide, please. And the second set of challenges that we identified that are very clearly coming from our study is about the skills to engage virtually, and to what extent the skills that we possess or don't possess provide us with opportunities to be part of inclusive education. And those skills, it's not only about children, but it's also very important to note that it's about parents as well as teachers and the skills they possess. So it is not only about the basic IT skills, but it's also about the online safety concerns. And as many online platforms prohibit participation of younger children under the age of 13, and this is particularly if we are talking about social media platforms, because they have clauses that prohibit participation of children under the age of 13. It's also about the stage and development of children and their ability to focus on online learning and online interactions, social interactions. Many of the children that we spoke with reported on digital fatigue and how it was difficult for them to engage during those online classes. It's also about social emotional skills, as limited life lessons and interactions made it quite difficult for children to create bonds virtually. Children reported facing social isolation, loneliness, and mental health issues. But as also I've mentioned already, it's also about the skills to effectively facilitate teaching and learning. So it is about teachers and educators and parents having also skills to engage in the virtual environment. And this is my final slide, please, now. It's about lessons learned and the ways forward. So what we found during those studies is that although there are multiple approaches that have been applied, sharing experiences and training resources is still not widely available. So we can still learn much more from each other from sharing our experiences. And despite those numerous approaches, there is still limited information on the evaluation and of training and learning approaches. So this provides a challenge to assess the effectiveness and impact of particular approaches, as well as to replicate them in other contexts. Another set of findings relates to inequality of access and capabilities of children and adults, as well as the unavailability of resources. And this is also exacerbated by this essential requirement to apply strict safeguarding measures, as most learning methodologies are geared towards older children and youth. And this poses a question to what extent this is inclusive education for all children and all learners. So the key questions that these challenges pose is how to respond to demands for increased accessibility of technological solutions, and at the same time, how to ensure user safety, in particular for children and other vulnerable users. And finally, one of the lessons that we've learned is about the lack of comprehensive approaches to assess whether, and if so, how and to what extent online learning deepens the gaps for vulnerable population. So more research is needed and more policy approaches are also welcome to address those challenges. Thank you very much for your participation.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very clear presentation, and also with reminders that are so clear for all of us, not just reasserting inclusion in education as something that promotes equality in education, but also the whole community approach within this context, the one we're going through at the moment, the pandemic. We're beginning with technology to take a very clear look and developing policies that are very clear to look at the different types of penalization that people are suffering apart from what already existed. So to get data on this is important so that we can act based on proof and not just the opinions provided by each one of us. So thank you very much. And now I'm going to move on and give the floor for the final remarks to the Minister of State for Disabled People from France, Sophie Cluzel. You have the floor, madam.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, Mesdames et
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I am delighted to be here today to discuss this fascinating and very important issue of education inclusive schooling. Thank you very much for all the colleagues for the speeches given before. So the 2030 European Programme for Education is strengthening the element of inclusion. All children are entitled to an adapted form of schooling, and the schooling of and inclusion of disabled children is a priority. During the Romanian presidency of the EU Council, there was a high-level conference that was organized in order to exchange ideas about best practices and priorities. In 2020, in France, the President of the Republic stressed once again the aim of France to establish an inclusive form of schooling, and the whole government supported this move. These past few years in France, a true voluntary movement has started towards a better form of inclusive schooling. The Minister of Education, Sport and Youth of our country has made inclusive education a priority. Why? Because equal opportunities are fundamental for the fundamental values of the Republic. In France, there are 385,000 disabled students that go to schools. That's 6% of the school population. The number, this is a very good number because it represents an increase from the past, and over 3 billion euros have been earmarked for the support to be provided to disabled children in schools. However, we must ensure always that classes be available and accessible to disabled children at all levels, whether it be preschooling or higher up in the ranks. There should also be a good system in place in order to provide support to autistic children and identify problems in an early and timely fashion. This will allow autistic children and others to be able to go to school. Psychosocial professionals work with autistic children in order to be able to provide them with support depending on the form of need they require. We have also organized the system so that there would be local centers that are accessible to all those involved in the educational system and to provide them with the support required. These so-called centers are approximately 80 in number and they provide support in the classroom and other settings. We've also worked and focused on the matter of carers and helpers for disabled children in schools. 60% of the disabled pupils in schools now have carers that accompany them to school. They form an integral part of the educational system. They receive 60 hours training before they take on the post, and this is really important. However, such a form of care is not the only solution available. That is why it is important to adapt our teaching methods. And we adapt these learning plans to the needs of the children. In September 2021, there will be a 25-hour training program that is compulsory for all teachers in the country, and the focus of this training program is inclusion in schools, inclusive education. This will train the teachers to pay attention to the individual needs of every student. There will be a platform as well of resources that is open data. And I must say that we used this crisis, this coronavirus crisis, in order to ensure that all this data would be open data so that all families and all children would be able to have access to it. It is fundamental that information be shared and that views be transversal. There is also a digital booklet that is tailored to each child in order to provide information and prevent school dropouts or other similar problems. Help is also provided on the level of the families. As you can see, we consider that inclusive education is a priority here. However, let us not forget that 80,000 children still require more help. And the information and all the programs should be shared between schools, so normal schools, as well as medical and psychological support centers. In every single territory of France, there is a specialized support staff to provide the support required in that context. Everything we have done so far has really enabled us to leap forward. So for our program 2021-2030, we are proud of the important role that we are giving inclusive education so that children can all be in an inclusive environment, inclusive school, and be integrated as a full member of society. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Minister of State, thank you for those words. So good to conclude with this message of having a positive school in which we are going to encourage the capacity of each one. All of us have much to say. There are many people who have not had a chance to speak, and sometimes we feel pushed in one direction or another. But I think if we look at the school together, we can add a great deal more force to working together and to coming up with this really inclusive school. Thank you all very much for taking part in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Muito obrigada pela sua intervenção, Sr.
Thank you
Secretário.
very much to the Minister of State and also to all the speakers who have been in this panel. To conclude the work of today, we are now going to hear Ana Sofia Antunes, Secretary of State for the Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities in Portugal. And I will give the floor without further ado to her. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. It's the second time that I am addressing you today, and I thank all of those who have remained with us throughout the whole very intense day of work, but extremely rich and beneficial, in my opinion. And I think that's the general opinion. Through the social networks, of course, others have joined us, and through the Zoom platform, and all of those who have been with us through our YouTube channel. I think it's clear, and the focus was clear, that all participants and speakers who have intervened today were adding to the European strategy of the disabled. And of course, there's a fundamental role to be played here in building a more equal and egalitarian Europe for everyone, without any discrimination. Those who are disabled are ready or are at the risk of greater social exclusion and poverty, greater risk of structural discrimination in terms of education or in gaining a profession. The recent pandemic, or the pandemic that we're now living through, has of course focused on a number of these aspects, particularly the question of isolation, loneliness, and the difficulty for these people, particularly the disabled, to conduct their working life. So in these changed times that we're going through, caused by a common global invisible virus, human rights are irreversible and must be met, including human rights of the disabled. And they cannot be overlooked or cannot be set aside, whatever the forum. So I stress the role of the strategy. We cannot leave anyone behind, because all of us contribute towards a fairer, more brotherly, loving European Union. Throughout the day, we have listened to some of the strategic themes that are focused on in Europe. There were 4 that were chosen today that we thought have most impact on the lives of the disabled, and also those that we didn't just identify as being the object of more specific proposals made by the European Commission within the strategy that we have been discussing today, but also those 4 themes in which here we have been trying to work in particular to guarantee full inclusion of disabled citizens in Portugal. We began by looking at accessibility. We looked at a number of laws and directives that the European Union has already approved. And this was a fundamental step towards defining specific regulations for what should be promotion of accessibility, particularly digital accessibility, the sites that provide public administrative services, but also accessibility to providing goods and services, and through the Accessibility Act. Also, it's dear to our hearts to work on this within the directive, and we are particularly sure that this work of transposing the directive will have a fundamental role in defining the next steps that we will be introducing towards a more inclusive digital society. Here, in terms of accessibility, and not overlooking the fact that this area always has a number of different range of aspects, physical, digital, accessibility to goods and services. I'd like to stress that we have tried to focus on accessibilities in this country by setting up a structure for accessibility here in Portugal that concentrates on not just teaching and awareness to promote meeting the accessibility legislation, but also we are trying to train the agents in the field to again look to monitoring and training agents that are there to do the monitoring. And also we are working to encourage and drive forward funding lines, which we need to create real accessibility throughout. And here I'd like to say that in the past year, we have done a considerable amount of work in terms of accessibility to our public services, launching a funding line of 9 million euros, and this will allow us to intervene in that we have applications for this purpose, a total of 481 different public offices. These are interventions of a different type. Some are deeper reaching than others. Some are smaller, but they will allow us to give the disabled access to public services, services that are open to all citizens and must be accessible to the disabled as well. We are launching funding to the municipalities so that they can remove any barriers or obstacles. And in the past 2 years, 8 million euros have been made available, and we do count on increasing this amount. And certainly within the Resilience and Recovery Plan, again, the guidelines for the current European strategy for the disabled, we would like to see this program approved as quickly as possible so that we can move on to the practical stage and then we can get the work done. And this is really what we want. Also, we focused in tourism. Unfortunately, tourism has been somewhat held back recently because of the pandemic, but the aim there in tourism was to find funds for supporting tourism, and cultural and other heritage is being given support, and also a number of companies that are working in the tourist sector so that they can get funding. We've funded 20 projects with 19 million euros, and not just allowing us to give accessibility for tourists, but for all those that are regional and national tourists. Coming back to the plan for the disabled, it's ambitious and it's a bit visionary in terms of accessibility. When we suggest next year, 2022, there will be a European service specialized in accessibility, which will give advice, and it will allow us to link up as a network among the different authorities that nationally in each member state have jurisdiction for promoting accessibility and removing any architectural barriers. And we are calling on experts on this so that we can standardize concepts of universal accessibility and also the rules that define accessible environments. We don't want to be dealing with different rules and concepts. It will be preferable to have a uniform approach to accessibility. We don't want differences between the member states. So, for example, if there's a walkway that's approved in one state, it needs to be approved for the whole of the EU. Or if there's some kind of signaling, it must be the same throughout. These specialized services of consultancy on accessibility is another major task and a priority and a major mission to be implemented by the new European platform for the disabled. We are very used when we talk about platforms, we think immediately of a digital platform and this new technological tool, but it will be far more than that. But certainly we are be able to take things further than before. And this will be a structure that will bring people together who are knowledgeable on this area. And this will replace the high-level council for questions of disability, and there will be a number of people brought in the different member states who are responsible for the different European institutions that are involved. We want to put into practice mainstreaming for the disabled. Then we went on to independent living. And talking of independent living, this, of course, was followed on by the next two panel sessions. I think all of us here and at home, you can't talk about independent living without talking about jobs. Jobs have an implication for everyone. You can't talk about jobs inclusively for everyone without quality training, educational courses, and inclusive courses. So all of these aspects were intrinsically linked. We are aware of a number of experiences, including our own, with support for independent living. But at the moment, we are looking at pilot schemes, 881 people who are benefiting from this. We only know one of them, but I think it's a very inspiring story for any of us. We count on the collaboration with 509 different people who have met this challenge, and these people with different types of disability are now working in different realities, of course, and we're counting on the collaboration of 109 different technical staff, and some of them already themselves disabled. So we are trying in this way to promote jobs for the disabled, because it wouldn't make any sense. There's no one better to work and coordinate projects of this type than the actual people who are disabled, who know full well what the reality of being disabled is. And so they're in the best conditions to understand other people with characteristics similar to their own. We reflected on institutionalization, deinstitutionalization, which of course is challenging. And it's in the hands of each member state with the rearguard support of the EU to carry this forward. Experience that we are witnessing during the pandemic, we realize this is a major need, because for those people who are disabled and who are living independently, the pandemic has led to many situations of isolation. They can't get to their basic services, which are networked, because for those who live in institutions, this period has brought them serious restrictions to their movements, because public health regulations for homes, care homes, or of course that have their residence, has often meant restrictions on the number of times these people can leave the home. And so it adds to the length of time in isolation. Deinstitutionalization, of course, includes inventing, and this doesn't mean inventing from the start, but inventing new forms of social responses in the community. Quite rightly, it's said today that to deinstitutionalization is not just to change the name of the house. Deinstitutionalize means bringing people into a different reality, a reality that a housing reality with support that will be essential. And we feel that the dimension of this rearguard support is essential, but it could vary from case to case. And this is the reflection that we have to consider, not just trying to be too extensive in our interpretations of what institutionalization or support required is in certain situations when we're driving for more independence for the disabled. I would also like to stress that at home, we are within the PRR, we are working on a new model of independent housing, which will allow to take definitive and very important steps towards deinstitutionalizing a large number of people who have the conditions to live like this, or at least to avoid unnecessary institutionalization of people who can or could lead an independent life and could enjoy this type of response. And very recently, we introduced new legislation on occupational health centers for people who have cognitive or mental disorders, to give more occupational time. And these structures will be integrated into the community, and necessarily they will improve the inclusion of citizens to give them skills, whether they're professional skills or whether they are practical activities to help them be more included in society. We are very happy with the proposals made by the Commission when they're suggesting that for 2023, recommendations will be made to member states to improve independence within the community, allowing people to live in more accessible homes, integrated in community networks, and that can also live in their homes independently with support from caring, but this will be reduced where possible. Also, the proposal made by the European Commission is that by 2024, we should come up with a European framework for quality and excellence so that people who are disabled can then find they have improved services available, and also the professions that are linked to this. Often people are not paid fairly if they're working in the caring sector, and this needs to be corrected. Afterward, we moved on to employment. Jose likes this topic very much. It's one of his preferred topics. And here we tried to adopt the framework we've been using. By way of example, in Portugal, for some time now, we've been implementing legislation on the public sector. Data suggests 18,000 disabled people working in the civil service, and far more recently, in 2018, we were able to approve legislation creating fixed numbers that were to be employed in the public services. Not major results yet in terms of quantity, that is the number of people working with us, but we are coming up with the initial results. The reports already submitted by businesses and companies. The deadline for these reports is 30th of June, but I can share with you that according to most recent data, which have been published by the Vocational Training and Employment Agency, when the proposals for jobs, vacancies are made available in compliance with the numbers regulation, job centers will often try and give support in placing the right person in the right job. That was a process that we have some data from January and February, and we found that a number of vacancies were actually filled by people who were disabled, in this way complying with the figures that we established. Our aim, also very close to what the European Union was proposing, and that is to have an incentive program giving support to the disabled being contracted for work. And this will allow us If we look at the pandemic, we have seen an increase compared to 2015, 2019, the number of people who are placed, disabled people who are placed. And so in a number of countries, we find that this is a growing tendency, and this seriously will lead not just to programs that are a joint support for recruiting disabled people, but also as a vulnerable group.
Face a outros grupos igualmente vulneráveis, mas que não exigirão, digamos, enfim, uma iniciativa, um espírito de iniciativa tão grande por parte das empresas quando aceitem o risco, efetivamente, de contratar. Este programa passará, portanto, por estas medidas de majoração, pela revisão de algumas medidas de apoio internas que já temos vigentes, pelo reforço das medidas fiscais de incentivo às empresas para este tipo de colocações e também pela aposta na figura dos mediadores à colocação em mercado de trabalho das pessoas com deficiência. E nesta medida saudamos, como dizia, o pacote que a própria Comissão Europeia se propõe a apresentar em 2022, estabelecendo parcerias com a Rede Europeia dos Serviços Públicos de Emprego, os parceiros do setor social e as organizações representativas das pessoas com deficiência. Espero que também as empresas do setor privado sejam convocadas a esta tarefa, porque me parece que será fundamental e o trabalho não estará completo enquanto não o fizermos. Por fim, falámos de educação, e esta é sempre uma matéria que me é muito querida. Penso que também, como ficou claro, este é um trabalho intrinsecamente de parceria que tem sido feito por este Ministério, pelo Ministério do Trabalho, Solidariedade e Segurança Social e pelo Ministério da Educação. Como alguém dizia aqui durante o painel da educação, nós não começámos a incluir ontem, nós já incluímos há muitos anos, há muitas décadas, e por isso é que conseguimos hoje apresentar números como aqueles que aqui frisámos e que são absolutamente objetivos. São muito escassas as realidades em que ainda temos crianças com deficiência em ambientes segregados, e quando isso acontece falamos de situações de dependências extremamente profundas. Ainda assim, com uma evolução que vai no sentido de que consigamos passar destes 99% para os 100%. Dizer que o grande passo que procuramos efetivamente dar com a legislação que aprovámos em 2018 foi conseguir passar deste conceito da integração para a inclusão. Porque efetivamente nós tínhamos conseguido, com diplomas anteriores bastante também arrojados, permitam-me que o diga, penso que a verdade é mesmo esta e tem que ser dita, tínhamos conseguido passar muitas destas crianças com deficiência para dentro das escolas, para dentro dos muros das escolas.
So within the schools, within the walls of the school, sometimes we can't always integrate these disabled children. And we found that after 10 years of this diploma, this law being in place, we have done the work, but we haven't managed to go further forward. And so with this work now done, with this new law has allowed
disabled
children
with
will not
disability
just
not
be in
only
the
to go
school,
to
but
school,
within the
but to actually
with
be
their
in
other colleagues, learning
classrooms,
alongside them,
learning alongside other children,
using measures that are suitable for this inclusion.
the support is provided to those children in the
Authorizing
classrooms.
a reduction of these classes
In
when
the
these children are in the class, defining also that
classroom,
the
so
work
this means that working
that is
these
with
special
disabled children is
needs
not just the work of the support teacher, but
students
also
is
the
work which
teachers
is not only done
throughout
by
the school,
the
or of
special
course assistants who have special
educator, but
training for
also
this.
by the others.
So in the school,
So what does this mean?
those responsible for these
This
pupils are
means
not
that
just
those
the special
responsible
education or
for
special needs
the education of these
but
children is
other
actually a
teachers as well,
team
so
of
that
people,
we can
and this
guarantee
guarantees
this inclusion. It's interesting for us to
We are
note
really
that
looking forward to
this proposal made by the EU, that is a toolkit for helping inclusion, has a specific chapter on the disabled. Right, now summarizing and concluding, we have had a long day, a day in which there's been a great deal of discussion, quality discussion, and much of it will be practical for us for the work ahead in terms of negotiating conclusions in terms of the disabled, and I'd like to see this approved in Council in June. This is delicate work, but we have strong partners, and to this extent, then the conclusions and that José has spoken about, and also this morning, which were summarized by Ana Salvado as the reporter of those sessions. It's going to be very practical in these negotiations, as well as aspects that we, of course, will be able to assess more closely with the ministers with responsibility in this area, who will be with us at the high-level meeting tomorrow. We essentially are examining 3 proposals of this strategy that are very challenging. The strategy, the European strategy for the disabled, the platform, and also developing specific indicators, a scoreboard for the different European reports, so that they will contain a specific chapter on the disabled. Concluding, I'm going to say that we are all on the same side. I don't think anybody here is on any other side. And those that are not on this side often need to be called to attention, shall we say, or made aware. We have major work ahead of us, no point hiding that, but we have already taken some very significant steps forward in promoting more and better inclusion. This will contribute to a European Union that, through its member states, of course, backs inclusion, diversity, and non-discrimination, and focuses on policies that promote the elimination of barriers, whether they're physical, digital, or behavioral, or questions of communication, backing on more education, more and better jobs, a dignified life, social protection, more and better work and pleasure for all. I'm sure that based on the reflections, interventions, and discussions that have been held here today, we will be able to adopt these same conclusions that I've mentioned. This will allow us to build a more social Europe with more constructive dialogue, and this will bring all the member states with which we have been working to conduct this work and to make it all part of their political problems in their own countries. And this we will be able to achieve fully. Thank you all very, very much. We will see you again tomorrow in the morning. Once again, I would like to thank all participants, all moderators, the whole technical team that's been here all day, the interpreters. And so the sign language interpreter as well, interpreters, thank them, who of course have been able to translate everything in the way required. Thank you. The session for today is now closed. We thank all of you for your participation. Do have a good afternoon. Thank you. Goodbye.